Like Amazon making movies.
You gotta be careful with the Netflix though, because 2 seasons usually and you're done.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They've got that. It's that 2-season curse, and that's it.
Yeah, it has to get high ratings, like really high ratings, to stay in their support circle for sure.
I thought Altered Carbon was going to get more than 2 seasons.
Well, to be honest, like
that second
Altered
season,
Carbon was amazing. Yeah, Altered Carbon, the first season was freaking amazing. I've only seen 2 episodes of the second one, just not catching me like the first one did. But it is a great show. Like when I first saw that season 1 of Altered Carbon, I wanted them so badly to carry it on. But then at the end of the first season, you're like, well, how can they carry it on at this point? And then like, oh, okay, I see what's going on here. You fucked with it.
Yeah, that's the curse of a lot of shows, though, isn't it? Like, what shows end well? I can't think of very many at all. They just
BoJack Horseman, Avatar series.
Okay, well,
The Sopranos, anything HBO did before Game of Thrones, The Wire.
I never seen Sopranos.
Okay, The Wire. In The Wire, everything past season 2 is just like just
Game of Thrones. Oh, sorry, Samurai Jack. Game of Thrones kind of was doomed from the start, if you really think about it, because like throughout the entire run of that show, they would always just ramp up. They wouldn't ever conclude anything.
Right.
So naturally, it's just, if you think about it logically, it's like, oh, you guys don't actually know how to tie off a loose end. Yeah.
And then by the end of it, you've got literal like mental blue balls from hitting these peaks so many times, and then they hit you with an ending, and it doesn't matter how good that ending is, because by that time you're just exhausted from going up and up and up and not getting any fucking release.
It's like turns into like a soap opera. You just gotta like eventually kill some characters and then bring them back to life, maybe.
Well, they've done that. Yeah, they've done that to shows too, inadvertently killed off characters because they had no way to conclude stuff, and then they conclude it that way, and then the public riots because, like, why did you kill them off in such a weird way? Hey, J-Man, joining us in the chat. I don't know if anybody else has chat open tonight, but I definitely do. And so we're gonna step right into this. Denver's got me mesmerized. I'm just like, what is going on?
Me trying to make a J.
I was like, TJ? Who's TJ?
I was like, oh, South Side.
I can't curve my thumb well enough to make the J.
So just to give
capital J.
Yeah, just to give everybody a recap here, I guess let's just do an introduction, starting with Denver. Just a quick intro on your character. Who you're playing.
Hello, the internet. I'm playing the lovely Kite. She is a dangerous ninja assassin lady who is traveling with this group. She's recently found out that her monk order has sent out a hit to kill her. How is she going to cope with this realization and also work with her new friends and family in this group? Let's find out.
Yeah, that's. Can you say mentally unbalanced?
She's a little unhinged right now.
Yeah, for sure, Jace.
I am playing Emus. He is a necromancer wizard. He is not so creepy, and I look to learn things far and about. And right now, I'm looking to figure out what's going on with this Letharic / Aman-Ghoul rising. That is what I'm doing.
Right on. Brett? You are playing?
I am Mira Jane. I'm a cleric human. And I have no memories of much right now, and I'm just focused on finding my stuff and hoping to get my memories back in whatever way possible.
Yeah. Doesn't get any more noble a quest than finding out where your shit's at. Lynette?
I'm playing Calyndra. She's a dark elf arcane trickster.
I mean, that's a hell of a resume right off the bat. Dark elf arcane trickster.
I read your intro bio again, Calyndra. I forgot about your brother.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just we'll get back to him, I'm sure.
But has her brother
Her
forgotten
brother.
about her?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Mike?
I play Bops, the gnome bard, who is trying to see the best in everybody and just have a good time playing music, have a little dance, have a little fun.
Get down tonight.
Even though
Thank you, Kelly.
I'm kind of lost, I lost my whole family to some great evil, but my friends that I've teamed up with, it seems like we might be getting to the bottom of it and making sure something like this doesn't happen to people again. So let's get it on.
That is awesome. And Ty?
I am playing Grond, the half-ogre fighter, who he has a bit of a past to him that he hasn't shared with too many people. He seems very pragmatic and, how would you put it? Sometimes callous and tactless at times. Like, just, it seems like he doesn't care what he says to people and how he says it. And that's just the way he likes it.
So funny, callous and tactless. And all I could think of was Kite's patience with those last couple of prisoners. I'm like, so tell us what. Never mind. How about you? Tell us what. Never mind.
The toughest part was trying to detect thoughts after they kept getting their heads cut off. I was like, okay, wait, Kite, slow it down a bit.
Somebody clicking the channels on the TV. Yeah.
It was a good speed.
Yeah.
It was a good speed.
Mentally, like changing TV channels very fast for poor Emus trying to read thoughts.
It's important to pace yourself, but also just know fast is a good pace.
Yeah, that's right. And I am Kelly, and I will be narrating this unbelievable experience. And we have just arrived at Silverwater Castle. It's the dead of night. We've got Grond parked on the other side of the moat on the land closest to the tower, which you might see off in the green space there in the map. And then the rest of the gang has shuffled their way over to a secret entrance, or a semi-secret, or once secret entrance rather, which led down a thin little corridor, much too thin for the large stature of Grond. And it looks to be some kind of boat launch that would have been used for emergency purposes when the castle was in its prime. So they've made their way up into this upper courtyard. And in the courtyard, there's a wide set of stairs leading up from the south. So the only thing I did here was I drew the map upside down so we could all enjoy a completely distorted perspective. For whatever reason.
Love it.
Yeah, so wide set of stair leads out of the courtyard. Yeah, that's right. Opening into a scene that basically caused your hairs to stand on the back of your neck. Appears that a large battle took place here in this courtyard many ages ago, and in the lower, the main bailey, which is the larger space there with the letter S in it. And basically the ground is scarred by several 4 to 6 foot diameter craters, one of which opens into a massive hole about 9 feet in diameter, descending into a chamber of some sort below the courtyard. That's the black spot that you see in this area right up here. Yeah, the big one that looks like the Batman symbol for whatever odd reason.
Would it be big enough to get Grond through that crack?
Grond could fit snugly into the room below. Yeah, you can tell from looking down into the hole, anybody with infravision will be able to see that it's quite high ceilings. They're about 10 to 12 foot high ceilings, judging from where your vantage point is, looking down on it. Grond, you're what, 8 feet tall?
8'6".
8'6", yeah. So, I mean, there's a little headroom in there, and then some rooms have a little more headroom. But you can definitely get down in there.
I wonder if we should try and tie the rope to the top of this castle here and then toss that down for Grond to get up in here. I feel uncomfortable with him. You know, I feel worse for the dogs, to be honest. Like coming out, but I'd like to have him at my side too. I mean, you never know what will be down there.
Are we together? Me and the gnome?
everybody's together in that courtyard. Kite, just come up the wide set of stairs in the bottom area of this little courtyard you're in. So Kite just walked up here. And if you look in chat, Jace, you'll also see a map with a few little green dots on it that shows the relative positions of the players.
Okay.
Give me one moment. I am on dog duty.
Yeah, no problem.
Oh man, is this an incarnate map? That looks so good.
No, this is a map that Jose designed for this module explicitly. Although when I originally designed this adventure, just a little side meta here, we designed it in 2 different timelines. So one timeline where the castle was at its prime, and then about 700 years later when the castle was completely abandoned and in ruins.
Not 1400 years later.
Yeah, well, it's like there's a 700-year gap, and the reason I say that, despite the $1,400 or $1,400 years mentioned earlier, is just insight-wise, you guys can tell that, like, a lot of the timbers and wood that's visible in this place should have rotted decades ago. Should have been completely gone. There shouldn't be any kind of wood here, so you know that there's something in the place that is keeping things from decaying naturally.
All right, I'm going to remind the group that Grond's last words to me were to move with haste, but to leave him be and get back to him as quick as we can after we see what's inside. I don't know if I agree with that personally, but that was his last words at least.
Well, could we still kind of send him a message as we head down there and saying like, and let him know about this crack and that he could fit down it and that kind of stuff then.
I'll send the message to him then.
Okay. And Grond, you definitely hear that message going off in your head. Just to describe the main courtyard to the south where Kite was, because Kite, you walking back as opposed to running to the front gates like you had done the first time, you have a little more opportunity to take in what you're seeing. The main courtyard is wide open and bare, contradicting the debris-laden sides of it. But the floor of the courtyard is largely fitted cobblestone, broken and cracked from age with the relentless assault of nature in the form of weeds, creeping vines, and several smaller trees which have broken through in places between the stones. A thin mist clings to the bases of the walls at the outskirts of the courtyard, and the air is eerily still. Small distant noises can be heard emanating from unknown sources and coming from several directions. The noises seem small, rats perhaps, and a bat flies through the courtyard chasing an insect. And that is that main Bailey area that you can see here. And there are 2 guard towers that look like fairly sizable guard towers, and then the main gates down here. You can see a lot of this stuff across the courtyard. There's it's just bathed in moonlight, so it's decent visibility across the courtyard.
And I'm still not detecting anything magic-wise.
No, you actually, you can feel hints of emanations from places, but you're not able to discern exactly where they might be coming from, and you don't see any kind of glow in the area. But there, you sense the presence of magic. You just can't tell whether it's from your party's belongings and other things.
Okay.
Keep in mind when you cast that, for you, the rest of the party lights up like a Christmas tree by now.
Because of our magic personalities, right?
It's just the raid gear.
Yeah. And somewhere in the distance right about now, you guys hear Grond grunt as he slams that final hammer blow right into the last direwolf, and that's the last, at least for the next 30 seconds to a minute, that's the last you hear of any howling or snarling.
Okay.
So, and that's where we're picking it up, is right just as Grond, boom, smash that last one, and now you can pretty much decide what you want to do.
So I was on dog duty when they were sending a message to me that there's a crack big enough or something like that.
For you to jump through.
Okay.
Jump through.
I'm going to start looking for a place to like set up a rope to hang it down into this crack. So we'll go down there and then we'll have a way out if we need to.
Yeah, so I'm wondering about this corridor. How well could you pack yourself into a corridor that is 7 feet high by 5 feet wide? Grond, my man, what do you think?
Try to get through.
He'd be lying down. He'd be laying low. Like
5 feet wide.
I mean, he
I
can
mean,
crouch,
you'd have to
but
kind of like
he's wide enough that he'd be doing the friggin' worm through that thing.
yeah, because
sucking
that's
in
how
the breath,
wide
eh?
that's how wide that desiccated secret corridor, or one secret corridor. We'll call it the escape hatch of the castle.
Man, you're like double the size of everybody else.
Well, maybe there's another way in. Let's go check out this room here quick. Maybe me and someone else, and see
Okay,
what's
so
down here.
Yeah, there's a
Beep.
door.
Just jump the moat and go through the main doors.
Is the moat even short enough to jump? Because that's going to be like a 40, 50-foot moat.
So this is where Kite's analysis of that front door might come into play. So, I mean, the drawbridge has seen better days, as you know, and anything heavier than a horse is probably going to collapse it. You were able to ascertain that from the first approach to that drawbridge. And the main gates, I mean, that's perhaps the oddest attribute of the main gates, is that they're visibly rotted in places, but overall they're surprisingly intact, and they're barred from the inside. Weapon marks are evident on both the outside and inside of the gates, and it's difficult to tell by looking whether something was attempting to invade the keep, or the occupants of the keep were attempting to flee, or both. Even the thick, rusted iron and wooden bars wedged against the inside bear the scars of sword and pike impacts, and some evidence of fire. Wood and iron bars are partially rotted and swollen beyond any attempts at moving them, and even buckling and splintering outward in several areas. Like the gates, the wood here has held up surprisingly well. And some of the stone debris here looks intentionally, albeit haphazardly, piled in what appears to be a successful effort to reinforce the gates from the inside.
Might be the best chance for Grond to get inside is to set up a rope at the top of these walls at some place and throw it down.
Jace laughs. He's like, "Oh, Grond on a rope. This always goes good."
But
It's one thick rope.
rope has never been a problem for Grond. He's never had an issue with it.
Yeah.
I think the biggest thing, though, that's a long climb, 70 feet up. I mean, Grond is strong, but some bitch.
How high can you jump with that spell, though?
The highest I can jump with the spell is about 20 feet. 60 feet, 60 feet long, 20 feet high.
Oh, that's what it is? I was like 60 feet high.
I wish.
Just start running up the wall and then jump to 60 feet from there.
Sure, that ought to work.
What if you pole vault? You found a 100-foot pole and you cast a jump spell and
100. You just want to find 100-foot pole.
Roll me some.
We're gonna create fulcrum leverage in science in 5th edition here.
That's
Is there, right?
Insight, Grond.
Sorry.
Roll me an insight check, please.
How was
You
my
find
insight?
100-foot pole.
Oh, you know what? I might actually be all right for that. Let's see.
I mean, didn't Bugs Bunny do it all the time, or
Yeah.
Coyote?
12 plus 2, 14.
Okay.
I can
You do note that the tower ruins that you're standing just shy of are almost the same height at the top as the castle walls.
Really?
I wouldn't lie to you.
Okay.
Da-da-da-da.
So from the tower ruins that I'm at, what is the likelihood that I could achieve the distance leap to get over to that?
You got 100 feet of rope?
Oh, I got 200, but
Yeah, okay, so that was my next question. If you got 100, that's great, but you're probably gonna need 200 to be able to secure it on one side and reach the other side. And the other side, the crenellations on the top of the tower, they're a bit ruined, but they're more or less still visible as crenellations. So you could toss a grapple in there. You just can't be sure of the quality of what you're landing on that side.
Well, we could help them.
Yeah.
We could go make sure it's secure.
a couple men spells might go a long way for
Rope.
that stuff.
I'll give you
not
some,
for the rope. I'm thinking men spells for the wood and everything that we're landing on.
Oh yeah. I'm there for your fall that happens for feather fall, but I'm not helping you across much.
I got two spells a day, and I mean, I got both of them memorized. So if I have to, theoretically, it's all there and prepped.
Okay. Decision time.
Yeah, let's throw down.
We're not with you, so you have to make your decision without us.
Yeah, is message is only one way, right? It's not telepathy.
Two ways.
No, it's back. It's there and back once.
Okay.
But I've got it too.
Yeah, so I mean, if you want to say that you got the message from Lynette and then you want to reply as you're coming to this epiphany.
It's a cantrip too, isn't it?
Yeah, I can do it as many times as I want.
Oh, there you go.
Oh,
We can have a conversation.
Perfect.
Cheapest cell phone plan ever.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna let him know the craziness that I'm gonna give a shot to.
Okay. And we're talking this tower up here?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because there is a wide area of crenellation up here where it looks like there's an upper area as well.
Actually, that section in that lower area there.
Yeah.
Is that all stonework underneath of that too? Because then I know I've at least got solid footing underneath.
It is.
Whereas that tower is potentially going to have wood.
Yeah, that is potentially what you're going to land on up there. But you suspect, to having some knowledge of castle construction, that the wider area would not be wood and would most likely be stone. The thickness of which you can't attest to, but it's life without risk.
If you relay that to me, I'll go check where you want to jump and see.
Actually, that's exactly what I'm going to do. Is I'm going to basically mention that exactly and directly. That check this area here out, because I think that's going to be my best chance.
Okay. And what I'll do is I'm going to fire another image
into the chat.
Just to give you an idea of what it is that you're jumping onto.
Like long life? Life without risk equals long.
Yeah.
It's a good thing.
Do you fools want to live forever?
Hell no.
Seems like something a necromancer would want to do.
Now, Calyndra, you are going to get up there and have a peek. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so how are you going to get up there?
Is there stairs up to there? If not, I'll try climb the wall.
Okay, so you do see from inside the courtyard that there is a set of, they look rough-hewn, but you know that they're just aged towards the, I don't know if you guys can see this on the map, what I'm pointing at down here. So there's stairs over here, and there's stairs all the way on the other side of the courtyard over there.
You said the wall was it 70 or 60 feet up?
It's about 60 feet total, but on Grond's side where the moat is, the moat water has actually come down a degree over the years. And so there's, an extra rocky distance towards the base of the tower. And it's really, 60 feet to the top of where the crenellations and the top of the tower is.
Is there shadows kind of up top there? Or stuff casting a shadow?
Yep.
There's
shadow everywhere.
As soon as Calyndra makes her way up there, Kite's just already going to be up there with her shadow staff and do a heal. So.
Okay. So getting up to the top of that area closest to you, see that it is assembled much like this. This is an earlier picture, but generally that's what you're seeing. Now, the wood areas that are showing in that they're not in new condition. So you can expect that lots of them are rotted, mostly gone away. There's loose timbers sticking out of the wall, support beams and stuff like that have absolutely no stuff. So Kite, you are able to transport up there without any kind of incident. And you see that there is a hole and a rotted set of wood supports that looked like it could have been a ladder at one point that lead down into the darkness of this tower section that you're standing on, the stonework area. And Calyndra, you get up to the top of the stairs and you see that the the wood to the left of you, like this area coming up here, is actually all rotted out. So you're either going to have to attempt to perform an acrobatics check to get across some of these wood beams.
I'm using the mending spell.
Or you're welcome to try and do something like that.
I don't.
Have that, or I can go up and do it.
I do not have mend. How far of a jump would it be?
So it would just only be one acrobatics check, but there are 3 larger support beams separating the distance and a few, scraps of wood and stuff that look like it may support your weight. You are lighter weight.
I'm going to go watch what she's doing just in case she makes a tumble.
Okay. So you've got your Featherfall support crew.
It's still in my strap from last session.
15.
Okay, yeah. So you manage to leap across the support beams, and you find most of them are structurally well enough to take your light weight. And you make it over to the stonework where Kite is already standing there.
Hello.
Yeah, and you guys see this dark void leading downstairs into what appears to be the first room below you.
What do I see down there when I look?
So sticking your head down into that hole to look. I love
Sounds like a great idea.
That's right.
Just like looking in holes.
Yeah.
It's a hobby.
Yeah.
Yes.
What could be dangerous
holes.
about a dark hole?
Yeah.
You'll never know until you look. That's the great thing about looking in holes.
Yes.
Yeah, so looking down into this room, it looks almost devoid of any kind of belongings. There's lots of filth and scattered debris everywhere, and there is arrow slits lining the walls to what would be your northeast, west. So you can see in that last picture that I posted, there's several arrow slits along that floor, and then there's another hole in the floor and a set of rotted stairs or wood supports, it looks like, that are barely holding together, leading down to a level below that as well. And there appears to be a door just behind where you are that leads out outside to something. Coming up, when you came up the stairs, you would have kind of seen from the left that there is a second level of like wood supports and whatnot that was there.
Okay.
Can I send the owl down? I'm going to go next to the gnome and kind of hold his hands so I can go into the vision of an owl and see what he can see down there.
Okay, so down below in the bottom level?
Yeah, and use his keen hearing and sight.
Okay. So in the keen hearing and sight, yeah, so you're down. Are you guys all kind of following her to this area and you guys are standing below in the courtyard kind of thing?
Yeah, I was beside her just in case she fell.
Okay, so everybody just kind of gathered in, and there is actually a partially rotted door from ground level where you are that leads to the same area that they are, but down on the bottom floor. And then the second level is actually these wood supports that are barely kind of clinging to life, and you can see the door archways and stuff up there where, there's rotted pieces of door swinging in a light breeze, and you can only guess as to what's in that second level tower areas and guard areas. From your vantage point. But as you send your owl in and out, it flies up and down into the tower. And then are you circling back down into the bottom level as well?
Well, he doesn't have dark sight. It's just keen hearing and sight. So
it's an owl.
Yeah. Not trying to go into complete darkness, but I do want to perch it somewhere and do hey, what's going on? Look.
Okay. So, looking around the second floor, like you guys who are standing there, Calyndra and Kite basically see this smoky owl fly down right below where Calyndra was staring into, and it's kind of circling the room. And then there's another hole that leads obviously down to the first floor, which would be adjacent to where you guys are on the ground level, because you're standing over here, and you can see there's a door here that leads into this area over here.
Let's try and open that door. Why not?
And there's a door leading up into whatever structure that this is. And it's like a stone structure. You don't see any windows on the outside. And the door is mostly intact. And you say you're going to open that door?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like the one to the tower.
Yeah, the door is unlocked and split vertically. Much of it is rotted and dropped away, but it's still identifiable as a door. The light wind outside the castle plays a low moan across the arrow slits lining the far wall. The room is almost bare, save a few rocks, rotted wooden beams from a partially collapsed roof, some rotted leather armor piled into a corner, and several rusted arrowheads scattered across the floor. One thing you do notice immediately is a humanoid arm bone lies suspiciously almost dead center of the room. A torn leather bracer around its wrist bears the emblem of the Sember Guard, but it appears very old, perhaps not quite as old as the clearly visible gnawing and teeth marks in the arm bone.
That seems suspicious, Emus.
Yeah. It does. So we're trying to get Grond over here, right? So we need to find a safe landing for him. That's the first mission. Second mission, we go searching for this puzzle that the druid has sent us on. Puzzle mission. But getting Grond over here, I think, is priority.
Yeah.
Well, Grond, you actually are standing on the opposite side of the bank, and you see Kite and Calyndra clearly musing about something on the very top of the castle wall. And then Calyndra disappears for a second as she crouches down, stare into the void below. And you see Emus's owl, this owl-shaped smoke up and come down into there. But that's what you see from your side.
And Myra Jane is with us too.
Yeah.
Mira Jane, yeah.
Oh yeah, Mira Jane. Maybe you should try some mending here. See what happens. Maybe it'll help
I
out.
was actually thinking of going up to where all that wood is near the top to try to mend that, so that if he overshoots his jump, he's at least not gonna get fucked.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. So the
jump is it's not that I take half damage, but I can jump triple my height and not take, or fall from triple my height and not take damage from that.
No, but we want you to score sexy points, so we're going to make you do that 3-point superhero landing with Featherfall.
Kaboom! Yeah,
I'll do my best to do that.
So bad for your knees.
So bad.
Before I get too far, I'm going to take my grappling hook. I'm going to be over at that, I think that's south, so I'm going to be at the western bank.
Yep.
And I'm going to take my grappling hook, and I am going to give it one hell of a frickin' heave. I'm going to see if I can try and get it into the crenellation and see if I can get it to stick.
Okay, so
can I cast Mage Hand to catch it, or Mage Hand to grab it from him and drag it across?
You can certainly try. Let's just throw a to hit from you, Grond. As you.
Emus, were you ever in football or
18.
magic football in wizard class?
Nat 18 plus.
Quidditch. What do you mean?
So 23.
Okay, and as nimble as you might be with Mage Hand, I'm going to get you to roll me a 2-hit to see if you even manage to guide it to a point in midair, or whether or not you bounce it back into the moat.
All right, which one's this you said? It won't matter. Natural 18.
Natural 18? Okay, so just when it's at the top, you manage to catch the thing in midair and guide it down in between one of the crenellations, locking it securely into position, or so you feel, for Grond's attempt to cross.
I'll actually go over to it and make sure that it's
reef it against that crenellation, make sure that the stone is solid.
Okay. And you find that the stone is solid. It does not give.
Perfect.
What's that?
You have mend, right, Grond? All right. So as you're climbing, if it starts threading or anything like that, you're good to go.
And Brett, you manage. Mira Jane goes up to the top there of the stairs, and you're going to start mending those boards on the side. Okay, so you kind of start repairing the wood, and Calyndra and Kite can kind of see her work her way up here and start repairing some of the wood beams and slats that are coming out of the side. So unfortunately, a lot of the original wood has fallen away, but you managed to repair enough to create a fairly stable wood support on that top level. And before making your way over to where Kite and Calyndra are positioned, and you see Emus's mage hand guide that thing down into place. Grond, it's all about you.
Okay, so I'm gonna cast jump,
Okay.
and from there I'm gonna grab the rope and I'm gonna just hand over hand this. So he's gonna run from basically to the bank, and he's gonna try and long jump this mother.
Okay.
And he's gonna jump as far as he can, all while he's trying to kind of reel himself in, so
Sure.
that the rope doesn't hit a big kind of snap or a jerk or anything like that.
Okay.
And if I can manage to make it to the wall, I'm gonna kind of reverse repel up. And
Right.
my jump spell is good for 1 full minute. So I'm hoping
Okay.
that 1 or 2 jumps and I should easily be able to get up there. But
Okay.
let's see how my athletics checks go.
That's right. As you run towards and you grab the rope and you attempt to hand over hand and leap from the bank.
Seems like the crazy way to do it.
That is a 12 plus a 7, 19. Dirty, but 19.
Okay, so dirty but 19 gets you. You manage to hand over hand that thing and then thud right into about the midway up, and then you start doing your leap. And this, I'm not going to require a roll for you. You're agile enough, and what you're attempting to do, reverse repelling up this, is not a big deal until you get to the underhook of where the crenellations are. And now I'm going to need a dex check in order for you to pull yourself up and around and up over those crenellations.
Do I see him at all? I don't.
No, not from your. No, nobody sees him here.
Darn. Okay.
17.
17's enough. Yep. So you manage with some effort to pull yourself up and over the crenellations. And Kite and Calyndra, you see Grond pull himself up over top, and you retrieve your grappling hook and rope. And now Grond is there with you.
Hey.
Let's get down to ground level because I still don't trust this.
So you come over and you see that that there's this like almost this really decent looking wood section oddly appeared to support your weight as you cross your way back over. For Grond, it's not much of a step, the in between the support beams. It's for the smaller people that it is a little bit of a leap to get across them. But Kite and Calyndra are pretty nimble. So now that Mira Jane has repaired some of that stuff, nobody needs to roll a dex check to get across that area anymore.
All right, let's go check out that crack.
Oh, the
Let's
crack.
get cracking.
Courtyard?
That crack.
There's 2 rooms here to investigate first. Leave no door unturned.
So there's
Oh,
just one door to this structure, and that is the door located in the north.
We should at least take a peek. Treasures be hound. Yeah, let's take a peek.
Okay.
I would like-
On our way down from up there, I'm going to specifically ask Kite why the hell you guys are here. And what is your guys' mission? I know nothing.
Oh,
yeah. That talk we had wasn't here, was it? Okay, yeah. You know nothing.
Is she asking like Kite directly or the group directly?
Yeah, I'm going to feel more comfortable with Kite because he did the most talking when I was weak.
Well, technically, she did the most talking.
Smack.
You'll fall victim to that at least a couple
times. Kite's face is a little red and upset, but she does manage to tell you that some real bad guys after something that was hidden away here. We're coming to check and make sure that they haven't got their evil hands on it.
Well,
and she'll explain that something is some gross demonic tapestry that may or may not have been made out of human skin. It's pretty gross, best not to think about, but let's just make sure that these Asmongoul jerks haven't got their hands on it yet.
yeah.
Creepy.
Looking at, as you guys approach that door to the south area, or the area in the north, the door to the area has been completely destroyed, and its thick metal frame and hinges are visibly bent inward, appearing half melted in places. Peering into the room, you can see that moss and creeper vines have choked much of the area, framing an archway further to the south, leading to what appears to be the desiccated remains of armor and weapon racks. in this direction. And then there's a little archway right there.
I'm going to go investigate that second room, if I may.
Okay.
And Kelly,
Yeah.
sorry, you said there's that, before we leave that other room too, there's that crazy, creepy bone just kind of sitting in the middle of the room, like all weird?
Yeah, it looked like a gnawed-on arm bone. Human with most of the hands still attached, like bones.
Just in case, I'm going to like use Mage Hand and like kind of move that bone from its location.
Okay.
Maybe disrupt some evil mojo that's going on. I don't know.
Take it with you like you do everything else. Just put it in your beard.
This is so funny. You're saying that to the gnome because usually if it was a dead thing, it would be in your pocket right now.
It's a dead thing.
Bones, not so much. I need a whole pile of bones to make it useful for me.
So you're using Mage Hand, Gone Bops?
Yeah, standing like away from it, just in case it's a trap.
So you
It's so pedestrian.
you reach in and move the arm bone closer to you and drag it, grab it and maybe move it closer to you, and nothing happens. You're able to retrieve the bone, and you see that it is in fact the gnawed remains of what looks to be a human hand and arm.
Okay, so just a beast had a snack on some ancient Sember guard or something.
Yeah.
All right. Sorry.
And then okay. Who is going in? Emus, you're going in before everyone else?
I'll go with
Yeah, Calyndra, thank you.
Okay, Calyndra, I'm going to get you to roll me a percentage. Percentage.
I love
I have
rolling.
a passive investigation of 23. So I was just doing like a peek thing. Not being like, oh, let's rummage, right? Passive investigation. I don't know.
94.
Did you remember the duck?
94. Okay. So as you go in there, you find that it's quite dark back there. Like if it wasn't for your sight, nobody would be seeing much of anything back there. But you see that the plants kind of choke the area. There's no hint of a stench here, but you get the feeling that this must have been a lavatory at some point. The plants are choking the area around a crumbling hole in the floor that drops down about 6 feet to a ramp that appears to lead down into the water of the moat. The hole is large enough for maybe a halfling or gnome to wriggle through, but you can tell. Yeah, the outer edges of that hole seem slick just from.
You're a head hole poker, Calyndra. You feel free if you want to poke your head in that one.
I think I'll pass on that one. I'm good.
Because I went too. I followed Emus.
Okay, yeah, no problem. If you guys went in, that's all you saw at the back was like just these desiccated remains of what may have been weapons rack at some point, just due to their positioning of the timbers on the wall. But mostly everything has got plant life just crawling all over it. It's been moss eaten. It's very difficult to even ascertain what's in here. But as you look in, you can kind of see. It looks like maybe there were beds or something at some point. Just the way the shape of the plant life and the moss and stuff growing on the ground, you get the sense that there were structures of some point, but everything's been since grown over into mounds of.
So it's like basically like an ancient man cave with a bed and a weapon rack and a shitter.
Yep, that's it.
Nice.
Yeah.
Does anybody need to go before we move on? It's been a long day, so.
Can you roll insight for me, please?
Be my guest. I'll leave.
I might fall through the whole thing.
16.
Okay, so you get the impression while you're in there, Grond, that this kind of feels like it might have been a barracks of some sort. A barracks and a lavatory.
All right, well, let's head to the crack.
Nobody needs to drop one while they're here.
Hopefully
no one needs to release the Kraken.
That's right. So you've got a guard tower down here, the main gates, and what looks like this might have been stables over here. And then you can kind of see an archway into another area over here, and it looks like there is a hallway or area up here. And that is it. You do see this is a fairly thick wall that runs to the height of the rest of the outside walls, and that there are arrow slits throughout that wall as well. And of course, there's another door down here on this bottom level, and that is it.
Do I get a feeling that that is designed to be a defensible position, a specifically defensible position? Like, if someone was trying to protect one thing in this building, that is the place they'd store it?
Which place?
That place with the arrow slits at the very
Here?
south, yeah.
So you don't know, you did see when you guys were up here that this led out into somewhere else, somewhere open. Like there was no roof or anything on it. There was a door here as well. But you figured that this wall has to be about as thick or close to as thick as these outside walls with the arrow slits. And you would guess that if the main gates were breached, tactically speaking, that if the main gates were breached, that the people in defensive position up here would be able to rain arrows down upon that central courtyard to keep the defense.
So I'm going to mention to everyone this is potentially the primary defensible position. This is where they do not want anyone to get into. So if something is stored in this place, it's in there.
All right, so I'm going to counter that by saying that the crazy druid, who may not know what he was talking about, by the way, was letting us know that there's a series of keys made by different people, Wizard Council from Calyndra, everything like that, and we have to. There's a series of levels or steps that are, and we need keys. That's why he gave me that one ring. He said his key is this ring, and then, yeah. So there's a series of things. This might be the first level, like the doorway, but I'm thinking that there's more than just one lock we have to open.
But we know the passage. We know the passage to the way we have to go.
Yeah, okay.
It's definitely going to be down that way.
I think so.
And and last comment. They were hauling Mira. Oh, do I have to say this? Okay, so I'm going to pull Grond aside and just whisper to him, hey, she might be a key. She might be one of those keys. And they might be like 2 or 3 steps in, all these people, waiting on the delivery of this key. So if we get past the first 2, we still got to be prepared. And there could be enemies inside is what I'm saying.
That was my main concern about why we were bringing her along.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if it's the blood of an ancestor or something like that.
Yes, because that's how they do that, right? Okay. Fantasy, right? Okay. Yeah, that's all I say to Grond.
Okay. So you guys have, like I said, the stable area, this hall over here, the 2 guard towers, the upper levels on any one of these sections, or you're welcome to head back, up into this corner or back towards where that hole in the upper courtyard was.
Before we start trampling around too much, do we see other tracks that might look a little fresher, like someone may have been here before?
Okay, I'll get an investigation check from you for the effort.
Can I help her so she can be
with advantage?
Yeah, because I'm pretty investigation. Like I'm always, that's part of my OCD. That's why my investigation's passive 23, so I'm always looking for those kind of things.
So in order to investigate the area thoroughly, you're going to have to pass on or near those stable section or in and around those guard towers. When you're close to them, are you just going to stay on the outside of them, or are you going to peer in or attempt to access the interior of those areas?
I'm following Calyndra wherever she goes.
I'll be looking in. I mean, I can see in, so.
Okay. So where are you starting with, the up here or down here?
I'll just make my way from down there up to the stables.
Okay. So coming up to those towers. If I can get there. Once the last guard checkpoint before our visitors enter the main courtyard, the thinly walled structure bears massive holes, and much of the wood and stone has collapsed inward. And there's just a bunch of rubble inside. Are you going to search the interior?
Sure.
Okay. I'll get you to roll percentile for me, please.
Percentile? This is great.
It's like 2E here.
Yeah. What's that?
50.
Okay. And I'll get you to roll again. Percentile.
91.
Do I have to go buy a bunch of 2E books now?
Nope.
Just kidding.
Yeah, I actually find like tempering the flat out investigation check with some like legitimate percentile checks is the most effective way to, give people an accurate chance of doing things. Investigation's cheap. It's cheap and easy, but percentile. Oh.
See, like the only thing Emus excels at. No, and religion for some reason.
Okay. That figures. So you look around, but you don't find anything other than a bunch of like rotted timbers and stone piled in from the outside of the guard tower. Moving on to this tower over here, a gaping hole in the side of the north wall of this structure is oddly humanoid in shape, and the debris shoved mostly to the south gives the appearance that something large impacted this guard station. Other than debris and a fleeing rat as you approach, this area appears devoid of interest. And I will get a percentile roll from you twice, please.
57 and 63.
Okay, and so searching around, you see that rat kind of scurry out from underneath you and dart off towards the center of the courtyard. And you find a single copper piece lodged between a piece of the collapsed wall.
Woohoo.
Penny saved. So along here, over on this side, peering through a large crack in the face of the rotted and thick wood door, the room is quite dark, save for the moonlight streaming through an arced row of arrow slits on the opposite side of the room. The door appears to be jammed shut by some kind of debris at its base. So everything's kind of quiet, but you're like searching around, and you notice at the base of the door that the door would open outward, and there's some debris that you could clear there to gain entrance to the room on the other side.
I'll use my mage hand to clear the debris.
Okay, so the mage hand moves all the debris. Are you sliding it? Are you gently picking it up? How are you clearing this debris? Just smacking it out of the way and
It's kind of pushing it.
Okay, so it moves, and inside the room you hear something begin to stir.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Let's not shake it, right?
Yeah, it's kind of like a scratching, grating, moving sound.
Maybe everybody should hide, and then I'll go be some. Or no, Kite, you're way faster than me. You go be some bait and chase this thing out of here, and then we'll all give the jump on it.
Okay.
Kite is already hidden.
Okay.
Like Kite?
Yeah. This is where you guys are.
It's like talking to like a little after image for her that just kind of like disappears. But yeah, she'll make a little after image of herself, walk out to be that bait.
Okay. And okay, so who's approaching the door? Kite?
Just like a minor illusion of Kite.
Okay.
I'll kind of hide and use my mage hand to open the door if I can. If it's
okay, so you've moved the debris. You can actually open the door quite easily with the mage hand. And as Kite's illusion approaches the front of the door, you see a skeleton armed with what appears to be the shattered remnants of a long, rusty longsword, stagger out of the door and take a swipe at Kite's illusion.
Oh, let's release the hounds.
Yeah, and it actually misses the attempt to strike on Kite's illusion.
That's a drunk skeleton.
Yeah.
Kite will move the illusion to kind of like do a tumble to be behind the skeleton and see if she can like turn its back to the group.
Okay, you actually see the skeleton take that first swipe and then attempt to walk directly through your illusion as it stares around, looking somewhat confused.
Can I shoot it with my bow and arrow?
Yeah, you can. You'll just have to step out of wherever you're hiding there and attempt to shoot it.
Before do that, can Kite use that illusion to make her illusion say, "Hey, behind you, skinny."
Hey, behind you, skinny. The skeleton does not react. Appears to not pay any attention. but it does seem concerned where the arrow whistling towards its skull is coming from.
And it's a... Oh, man. Okay, I need a good place to roll. Sorry. Yeah, 25.
25. All right, yeah, it right in the head of the skeleton, and it takes how much damage? It's piercing, so we're losing a little on the effect here, but
A whopping 4.
yeah,
Take
wow.
that, skeleton.
You think it's a whopping 4, yeah, as your arrow right in the center of this thing's skull. And it actually turns and like begins to lurch towards you, completely ignoring Kite's illusion shattering behind it as it stomps its way towards the living creature that just shot it in the head.
Can I do a sneak attack on it?
Yeah, really, all game is open on this particular skeleton as he staggers his way towards it. Anybody attempting to make an attack other than Bops right now does not have to roll initiative and will gain advantage in the attack.
Cool. I'll
This
just
is-
make it flame.
I got a snappy one-liner for when Kite gets to go.
Okay, so you cast Sacred Flame?
Totally.
Okay, so yeah, you guys just kind of see this mote of light appear in the cloud cover overhead, and then boom, as this beam of light strikes the skeleton, inflicting...
Oh, 6 radiant damage, sorry.
What's that?
6.
6 points of damage, okay. Yeah, and the skeleton, like you see pieces of the bone and stuff seem to evaporate off its skin as this light strikes it, and it appears to pause for a moment as it takes the effect, and then kind of shakes it off and begins lurching towards Bops again, who now has to roll initiative. Bops.
Dun, dun, dun.
Initiative. Is he paused? It looks like he's paused.
Yeah.
It might be frozen.
Oh
Yeah.
no!
Oh, there he is. He's back. So I just need an initiative roll.
19.
19. You have the initiative, and you are in a distance enough to attack it with melee. You just saw it get lit up by Mira Jane's Sacred Flame.
Is Calyndra doing the sneak attack too?
Yeah, so Calyndra is just a little bit further than you were, given that the skeleton was already stomping its way over, so you're going to get an attack before she does.
Okay.
You're armed with the bow, right? So
Yeah, I got a 13.
okay. That is just enough to hit.
Ooh. For 5 damage.
Okay, and what were you attacking it with?
A short bow.
Okay, so no problem. This thing takes another one, and it kind of like smacks a couple of rib bones out of this thing as the arrow hits. Calyndra, it's your attack as you sneak up on this thing.
I rolled 24.
To hit, that is definitely a hit. What were you attacking with?
The magic bow.
Okay,
So that is
Hey, Emus, you should firebolt this guy or something.
Because I've always I don't even have fire. My other wizard that I play on Wednesdays has firebolt.
It is Wednesday.
21 and
I-
21.
I will bring up after you guys stomp the skeleton down to the
24
ground
damage?
what Emus can
21
do.
and 1 fire damage.
okay, so yeah, the skeleton, you actually just impact the lower base of its neck, and its head shatters as the body just collapses into a heap of bones, some of which are taking damage from the heat, but overall the skeleton exists no more.
Hooray!
So you just said it's a pile of bones? It's sitting there as a pile of bones? Just a pile of bones.
And just like pile of bones. No, she basically hit it, and it just exploded across the stones at Bop's feet.
Okay, so
Oh, yeah.
if we ever want one of those as an ally, I bring up to the group, hey, just let me know. We can have a few of them fight our battles for us.
Skeletons can be allies? Walking evil
Yeah.
skeletons?
I just gotta talk to them, you know? Whisper sweet nothings into their ear, and they can fight our battles for us. But probably not in this spot. That could be something we do later on. most likely. Probably not here because controlling them might be an issue but later on, when we're out of this place, skeletons are good foot soldiers.
Calyndra's gonna be like, yeah, okay, and she's gonna go check out the room.
So
Check out the Batman symbol-looking crevice.
The Batman symbol-looking crevice. Okay, so Calyndra, are you gonna head up these stairs towards the stables, or are you just abandoning that altogether and heading towards where Mira Jane is now walking off to?
Well, I'm gonna take a quick look into the room where the skeleton was.
Okay, so peering into that room, you see that it is much like the tower on the other side, with the arrow slits across the arc side of the one wall there. I guess it would be northeast on the east wall, and that there are several rusted arrowheads scattered across the ground, a few broken timbers, and just the remnants of stone that had fallen off from the decaying remnants of the walls. You going in and searching?
I'll go and do a quick search with my mage hand if I need to.
Anybody going with them?
I will be following with I'll be following actually Mira Jane, because right now I think she's a little more tied into this than anyone wants to think or realize.
Perfect.
At least that's what Grond's thinking.
No, I was using Grond now as my bodyguard. Just the same thing I always do. Stick by him. And
Calyndra.
Okay, so Kite is going with Calyndra. Bops, you as well?
Yep.
Okay, so you guys go in and you bustle into that little room there, and I'm just going to get an investigation check from anybody that's searching. Or one of you can roll with advantage, up to you.
Yeah, Kyle will just assist. Whoever's rolling.
I got
16.
14.
16? Okay, so yeah, you assist with advantage, and Calyndra is able to uncover the rotted remnants of a pouch. Does not appear to contain anything other than 3 silver pieces, which look to have seen better days, sitting at the bottom of the rotted remnants.
They're antique. They'll be more valuable.
Yeah. So, and it looks like there is the remnants of a large wooden ladder that leads up to a hole in the second floor.
Well,
Kite's gonna touch the ladder and see, does it look rotten or?
Oh yeah, yep, yeah. It looks like there's only like 3 rungs remaining on this out of a 12-rung ladder leading up, approximately 12 feet to the floor above it.
I think what we're looking for is more to the south, more in the bowels of this castle rather than the walls.
You can see there appears to be something on the ground in this area, and the stairs lead up to a door, the remnants of a door up there. And then these are what you figure was stables, but you're going to have to go around the front of them to get any kind of look inside.
Well, should we just check those stairs quickly and then get to the crack?
Okay, so them stomp off towards the crack as you guys are over here. Sorry, what were you going to say?
I was going to say I'll check out what's on the ground there while they go check out the door.
Okay. Approaching the flight of worn stairs ahead, a large pool of dark red liquid saturates the ground with a clearly visible drag trail leading up the stairs. A sickening crunch can be heard emanating from the room at the top, although from this vantage point, only inky darkness lies beyond the remnants of the doorframe.
Might have another monster. Here, let's bring the crews back again and maybe open this door with Mage Hand and light it up.
I'll send a message to Grond. It's like there's some blood over here and something beyond the door.
Yeah, I'm gonna ask Mira Jane to follow me. We might need her ability versus the undead here, and stay with me, and we'll go and check it out.
Big sigh, and I turn around and go.
Okay. So Grond, and then you see them returning as you're kind of investigating the blood on the ground there, Calyndra, and Yeah, you guys hear that crunching noise stop.
Like the blood is still wet, eh?
Looks like it. You touching it?
Well, not with my hand, no.
Okay. So yeah, you figure it's blood.
With a stick or a stone or something, I'll kind of.
Yeah, and then basically up the stairs, a large worn and rotten oak door swings, out into the courtyard, but there's hardly anything left of it. It's just like a couple
Can
of
we
boards.
see what's in there?
Fresh. This is
Not
fresh
fair.
blood.
You'd have to go at least closer or further up the stairs. It's up a set of stairs, so it's kind of on the second level.
I'm going to use sneak. I'm going to use my sneak and go check it out.
Yeah, you got to roll for what is that? Roll for stealth on that one?
Stealth, yeah.
Yeah. 15.
Okay. So you're able to sneak up to the top of the stairs, and as you approach the top of the stairs, looking in, you don't really see too much. You're getting right up to the door.
I'll slowly approach it.
Okay, so you approach it, and it appears to be some kind of dark figure sits hunched in the far corner of the room and hasn't seemed to notice your entrance. But it appears to be intently focused on a half-eaten humanoid torso. It tears a strip of flesh from the body with a large taloned hand and raises the piece to its face as if to eat, then suddenly pauses. The creature looks up for a moment, still facing away from you, and sniffs at the air.
I'll slowly sneak back to the group.
Okay.
How big did it look?
It looked hunched over. You might guess it was 5'5" to 6 feet tall.
She's the only one that sees this creature do that?
Yeah, she was the only one up there.
But I'll relay what I saw to you guys.
Well,
It's sniffing for our scent. We should hide our scent.
well, let's open the door and just blast it.
Or
Open the door with Mage Hand and let it come run out. And we'll blast it.
what is blasted? I can ring a bell.
Yeah, you ring a bell. The Kite. You do that whole like wah wah.
Ninja chop head off.
Just chop its head off.
It just don't sound like that.
That's when
Feel
you said something
insulted?
like the last 8 characters or NPCs or monsters, you've chopped their head off.
So,
Kite is all about efficiency.
so standing in the doorway but refusing to come outside, it peers from around the corner, and you guys see a creature that looks like that.
Uh-oh.
Oh. What?
Yeah. It's Gollum with hair.
Gross.
Yikes.
Yeah, but it skulks back into the depths of the room and disappears from the archway of the door. But it's seen you. It's definitely seen you. It looked
How
right
big
down
is
at
he?
you guys. If it were to stand tall, you would guess about 6 feet.
Okay. So he looks.
But
really
it's mostly like hunched over like that.
Well,
Does
it's
he-
seen
Does
us.
he look like an annoying thing to try to kill? What I'm trying to deduce.
Oh.
You could ask him.
Yeah.
You can always ask him and see.
Hey.
Are you gonna be
You're
hard to
going to be tough to
murder?
kill.
Yeah.
I could
Yeah.
try perhaps charming this thing with a tune, and we could talk about it. Maybe it's civilized. Who knows? It knows we're here. So
But he didn't attack right away. Like, did we want to go to the crack? And
I can
then
cast a light cantrip to make him be visible instead of going into the darkness.
Which
Oh,
makes
yeah.
a lot of sense for the humans in the group. But the rest of
Sure,
them can kind of see.
I would just do that.
He doesn't consider us hostile right now?
So Mira Jane lights up. What are you casting light on or where?
Actually, good idea. Good question.
So you get in a 20-foot radius, and you can. You have to touch an object.
Touch the wall.
So the wall just down the stairs, you getting close to the room?
Yeah.
Okay. So as you get close to the room, you're going to touch it by the stairs, or are you climbing the stairs towards where the entrance of the door was?
The second one.
Where the entrance of the door is?
Yeah.
Okay.
Ron
So,
is following closely.
okay. So
Very close. I'm following both of them.
I feel
As-
claustrophobic because of these guys.
Too bad.
yeah. So roll initiative as this creature fires out the archway of the door and launches in Mira Jane's direction.
14.
14 for Gone Bops.
12.
14 as well.
Kite 12.
7.
14 for Mira Jane. 7 for Calyndra. Emus.
19.
19. Grond.
5.
5. Okay. So yeah, you're actually a little bit surprised at the speed this thing moves with as it launches out and engages with Mira Jane.
Hey.
And yeah, so Mira Jane is a 22 going to hit.
Unfortunately, yeah.
Okay. So you see that this thing pulls out this rusted longsword from underneath its cloak and attempts to attack.
It had a cloak?
Yeah, well, you can kind of see it in the picture there.
Oh, yes, it did.
Yeah, the only thing you don't see is the sword. And you take 9 points of damage.
Oh my god.
And that's the first attack, and it swings again. 19, that's going to hit you.
Yeah.
And you take 12 points of damage.
Yeah.
As this thing just whack, hacks her. And yeah.
Yikes.
So given the order of precedence, I think Grond was right next in line. So keep in mind, this corridor is only going to be so wide. Grond is kind of in the front here, and he's actually got the next attack. Oh, you said 5 for Grond.
5.
So who got the 19?
I got the 19, but proximity-wise, Grond was in front of me.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter.
Okay.
Yeah, so Grond was in. You can still like move around Grond and attempt to do something there.
Yeah, because I would be right behind him, and he's slower to react, so I'd roll around him and try and slice it. Am I within striking range of this thing because we were beside Mira?
You can move up and strike.
Yeah, I'd roll around Grond and go in and try and slice this thing with the scythe.
Okay.
But casting the cantrip green flame blade at the same time.
Okay. So your scythe lights up with this magical green flame, and you swing to strike.
Yeah, and I'm using the slashing damage.
Okay.
22 to hit off that.
That is a hit.
All right.
Nice.
These new dice are awesome. I love them. 8 plus 3, and then green flame GFB is plus a 1d8. So 15 total.
15 total. Oh, that makes money.
And
Easy.
nothing around me lights. There's only one target right now, but normally that would hop off and hit someone.
Okay. So yeah, you strike the creature, and it howls for a moment, turns, and it's just got the most hateful eyes looking at you. We are at Gone Bops and Mira Jane both have an opportunity to attack at the same time. So who's going first?
I'm in front of it. Can I?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. I'm gonna cast Scorching Ray.
Scorching Ray.
Yeah.
Nice.
Okay, so tell us a little about Scorching Ray.
Love it.
It has rays of fire that aims at. I think it's 2. No.
So create 3 rays of fire and hurl them at targets within range. You can hurl them at one target or several. And you just got to make a ranged spell attack for each ray.
Yeah.
Fire away. Yeah, no shit, eh? BFG 2000.
19 for the first ray.
Okay, that's a hit.
18 for the second ray.
Also a hit.
22 for the third ray.
That is 3 hits with each ray. We'll get you to roll us for each hit. So now you got to roll 6d6.
I was just gonna ask how you did it.
Damn.
Derek does it differently. Uh, 24.
24. Okay. Yeah, the creature does like even its rotted state of the clothes, quote unquote clothes that it's wearing, stuff still seems to catch a light, and it's kind of freaking out a bit, but it seems to remain intently focused on you guys. Gone, Bops.
Well, I'm going to insult this thing deeply to the core. I didn't even load one up, but I'm gonna yell at him and tell him he stinks really bad and his mother's ashamed of him, and just go real low like that.
Your breath is so fucking bad it could stop a wild ogre in his tracks. Oh, thanks, Grond.
It's like
He's not even coming at you, he's so stopped. What the fuck, bud?
it's like I drive you home and drop you off at your house, but I'm afraid I'd get arrested for littering.
Well, the creature appears very pissed off at the fact that. Oh, really? That's awesome. And it fails its save.
Yeah. So it has disadvantage on its next attack.
Okay.
Oh, double 4 for 8 damage.
Okay, well, this thing clutches at its head and screeches and appears to be losing control of itself.
Did I insult it to death? That's my turn.
Yeah, no, it's still standing there, but now it's like clutching at its ears and it's just shrieking. But it appears like you guys have definitely done some significant damage to this thing. We are at Kite.
Kite is going to use her shadow step to teleport right behind this thing and attack it in the back.
Okay. Yeah, you're able to do that. Most of this alley is like bathed in moonlight, but the one side of it is not. So you just basically beam in right behind Mira Jane and take a swipe at this thing.
Yeah, that is 21 to hit.
Okay. And that is definitely hit. And it's not going to matter what you roll for damage as you split this thing's skull. And it just goes, splits, and the creature drops dead at your feet.
Can there also just be like a little, I forget what the instrument's called, but that little ninja sound which cuts it down?
As soon as he said the instrument, my mind just went to didgeridoo for whatever reason.
Vinck on the Barbie.
Pretty close to cutting its head off.
Yeah, that's what I said. Like, at least you're weaning yourself off a bit.
Okay, Emus, you are a necromancer.
Yes.
Roll me.
Don't hold it against me.
Roll me an insight check, please.
Ooh. Okay. 19. These dice are. I have new dice, by the way, and this D20 is hot. 19.
Okay, so you know a few things about the creature that you just encountered. It was called a wight, and wights are very deadly. You know that they possess the ability to energy drain permanently hit points from a character, and that anybody who is slain by a wight may run the risk of being resurrected as an undead under the control of said creature.
Mm-hmm.
Meta.
No, I'm not saying anything because until I know, I don't know nothing.
I'm going to say something, and then Grond, you could just Tyler, you could just maybe give me the wink because I'm new to this fantasy thing. But whites, okay, Game of Thrones. These are the foot soldiers of undead, powerful guys. They're the ones that help create undead armies. Wink, wink. I don't know. Did you blink?
Yeah, as meta, it can go both ways. So they can either be commanded under a very powerful undead commander of some sort, but they tend to command undead themselves often. So white is it's a powerful undead creature. I mean, it's classified as medium undead, but they've got some abilities for sure.
All right, so I'm going to tell Grond they do create them. I'm going to let Grond know exactly what you just said. I guessed right. Was close, right?
Go smash what's on the floor. Grond is going to go over there. He's going to take his longsword and he's going to make sure the body that's on the floor stays a body that's on the floor.
Now, the body of the white or the body it was chewing on up in the room?
You got it.
The body it was chewing on.
Body it was chewing on. Fire.
Before you do that, is it like does it look like it was somebody like from like the guys we've been running into?
Okay, so
is that his arm bone in the other room?
Do you have the ability to speak with dead or anything like that, Emus? Like,
sort of, but only the undead that are dead first, and then I raise them as my own.
Oh, okay. So you just have.
Sorry, you didn't hear. No one heard that.
Yeah, so you guys it's basically a cloak and a rank-looking like suit of leather armor barely holding itself together on this person, but you get the impression that it must have been something at one point to do with this place or another. Yeah, so
no symbols or anything on the armor or anything, eh?
Not that you can see. Nope. Most of it's
away.
just rotted right out.
Right.
And then in that room, it appears to be perhaps at one point the stable master's sleeping and ready chambers, or some kind of weapon storage, as there's a rotted out remnants of a long weapons rack sitting half bolted to the wall. It's mostly rotted, split in two, with either half angled towards the floor. A large worn and rotten oaken door in the west wall swings open into nothing, 10 feet above the main courtyard. It appears that wood stairs would have met your feet here, but they've long since rotted into nothing. And down below, you can see that there is a room below you, which appears to be the desiccated remains of a forge of some sort. So looking down here is basically where you guys... Hang on a sec here.
I'm thinking these entrances aren't going to be so apparent, other than that bat symbol crack.
So yeah, this is like this forge area down here, which, if I were to show you the general area where you're looking down into.
I think there's another door by that bat symbol too. That might be able to lead us into like the keep.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to be going back over there.
Okay, image size. Yeah, so that forge, it looks like most of it's just good. I can't show you guys this picture because there's other things in it, but yeah, basically the forge is here, and this is once a doorway that led down with stairs across there. Can I get an investigation check from somebody? You can roll with advantage if anybody else is helping you.
I'll go do that one, or help whoever wants to. But
Kite can help you, mister.
Alright, well.
Okay, roll them.
It's a natural 20 plus 8 is 28.
Nice.
You find a secret door in the west wall, or in the south wall.
I love secret doors.
Okay. Which appears to open up and out into another courtyard area much larger than before. And you basically come out in a memento. Yeah, roll initiative. I kid, of course. Do
Like that.
or do it.
No, you're a GM. You don't kid.
Yeah, exactly. Not funny, Kelly.
No, seriously, guys, that was just a joke. No, you're a GM. That's not a joke.
What? No.
Okay, so yeah, you basically come out into a large open area. A wide set of stairs. Oh yeah, so you guys aren't even from there. Basically look like more of the battle took place in here. This looks like it may have been used as an archery range, given that there's like very, very rotted indicators of targets posted at the back. You guys walk right out of here into like basically the remains of several rooms that have since fallen apart. Even their thin stone walls and stuff have crumbled all. So you just walk out into the remains of these. There's a door up here, an alley leading down here, which appears to have, as you walk by and search, appears to have a couple of doors there. And there is a couple of doors here, a door here, and then the arch which led out to that courtyard. And even from about here, you can see that gaping hole in the center of the floor. Where would you like to go?
Let's go in that.
Door here, door here, door.
Huh.
Well, Bob, I'd like to take door number 3.
Door number 3 is going to be that one.
Sure. But I was just game showing that one when you gave me 4 door options. Felt like a game show.
Yeah, that's right. Okay. So which door are you going to? Are you going to this one back here first, or are you going to do them in order? Or?
It would be smart to do in order, but we should mage hand. We're pretty good at mage handing stuff. But this I'm not the one that leads very well. That's more of a Calyndra / Grond move, and I know Grond's busy. So I will help Calyndra.
Okay. Yeah, basically this room, so you're going in order, Calyndra?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So
Yeah,
we'll
in order.
open this one. And this room appears to be storage. The room is rife with the smell of mold and rotted wood. Several rusted iron pans and a bent brass flagon are lying on the ground amidst the discarded stone debris and some pieces of timber that have collapsed onto the floor from the roof overhead, which still appears to be holding, but it's a relatively small room, 10 by 10.
Next room?
Moving around to here, you enter that room, and it appears to be perhaps a barracks at one point. Only slivers of the door to this room remain. The ceiling timbers have dropped through the crumbling architecture, and water from a wide pool of rainwater from somewhere above runs a steady drip, drip, drip down several of the beams, culminating in a shallow pool of what appears to be relatively stagnant water near the center of the room. A number of broken and long-rotted bed frames once lined the east, south, and west walls, evident from the vague shapes in the moss and creeping vines that have since consumed much of the room.
Very cool.
Do we think we're going to find anything of use in these next rooms at all? Did we just not?
Well, as the OCD guy, I would like to open every door, even though I get butterflies in the stomach every time you do.
All right, let's open every.
Next room.
Okay, next room. The next room is a smaller room over here that appears to be 10 by 10 foot and maybe once used as storage. It's devoid of anything of interest at this point and appears to be choked with vegetation and fallen timbers from the ceiling overhead.
And now for something completely different.
And now for something completely different. So you guys head over to here and open this door. And this one. Okay, so the door to this room appears barred from the outside. So you... and it is mostly rotted down the center. So pushing on the door itself, it literally crumbles inward, and the bar across that was once barring the inside of the door just simply falls away. It's rotted wood, and this appears to have been a kitchen of some sort, or mess hall. Just from the way the shelves and the table spacing is laid out, but again, almost everything is rotted into remnants of what it once was, and is choked with vegetation, vines crawling across the floor, moss growing in places, and small pools of water, perhaps from recent rains that have collected in areas.
Hmm.
And
Moving
on up. Okay.
Give Calyndra a nod. Thanks for satisfying my OCD.
Well, if nothing else, we'll find if there's anything hiding in here and won't get anything sneaking up behind us, I guess, too.
Yeah, on that note, should we knock that bridge down? Just in case?
No.
No?
It's barred from the gate's barred from the inside anyway, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, somebody else can open it.
Okay, so
let's just try to find that tapestry first.
So this room opens up into what appears to be a weapons ready room or storage room. This may have been, to Grond's knowledge of how castles are constructed, this generally looks like it would have been where troops got ready for battle. Lots of rotted weapons racks and stuff. You can see pieces and remnants of weapons on the floor, rusted tips of halberds, and the occasional arrowhead. Oh.
Bless you. Bless you. Bless you.
And that's what you see in here. Is anybody searching? Did anybody search the kitchen, or are you searching?
I might search this room.
Okay. Roll investigation. If anybody's helping, you can roll with advantage.
Yeah, I would just passively investigate everything.
Okay. Passively investigate
everything. If that's something, I don't even know what this means, but it's my highest.
I just want to use my passive investigation.
So bad. You're on to be Kite.
So I got this investigation, but I don't have to use it, I guess.
I don't even know what it's for.
Passive investigation, not passive aggression.
It doesn't even tell me what it's for when I click on it.
Doesn't even tell what it's for.
I think I have to read the player's handbook again.
Oh, how exciting. So Calyndra manages to uncover a secret door located in the southeast wall.
Ooh, secret door.
And it opens into a dark antechamber next door. And peeking in, you can see that there's a set of stairs descending right there.
Let's go.
Into the unknown.
I'll go take a look down.
Okay, so looking down to see the corridor descends to a level below. And let me just see how much you actually see. Let's close some of the things I have open here. That would help. Oh, there we go.
I could party with those people.
Yeah. So looking down, you actually see a long corridor at the end of the stairs. You can't see beyond it, though. It goes down another set of stairs, a landing, and then it appears to go down another set of stairs beyond your ability to see that distance. Okay. More just to the angle of the roof than your ability to see far enough.
Right. Do I hear or smell anything that...
You do not. I mean, there is a definite dankness to the air, like a definite like moisture. You can hear in the distance the subtle drip drip from various water leaking in, possibly from the moat, possibly from some of these rainwater puddles. And everything is amidst the virtual cacophony of insect life going on around this place.
For these stairs, I'm going to look at Grond and ask, shall I scout ahead? And point to the sensor, which means the owl.
So you notice that these stairs, actually looking down, the hallway appears to widen out to about 10 feet across.
Oh, okay. You can come.
And the ceiling down there looks to be about 12 feet.
So I relay that to Grond. Hey, you can fit, buddy.
Yeah, and sizing it up, looking at it, Grond, you know that the headroom isn't much, but that with 10 feet wide of space, you can still get in there and swing a weapon if need be. But yeah, you guys
I almost want to be in front because, guys, if something happens and I am, how do you put it? I am trapped from being in front. That means that you are all potentially in danger.
I'm good at that. I'm like half health.
Oh yeah. Do you cleric heal thyself?
But that takes a spell slot.
Oh, that's true. That's true. Although you did take a couple of really deep gashes from that creature's rusty blade.
And if you drop, you're not casting any spells.
Yeah.
Here, I got a spell slot I can waste on you.
This is just a waste, but I'll heal you a bit.
For 11 hit points.
I mean, it only protects you from dying, but I guess you might as well do it.
I think the better word would have been expend or use or
Right.
Graciously share my spell slot with thy.
She made it seem like a waste. Of course, I'm being sarcastic. I hope she survives. Obviously. I mean, I did want to dig a hole and put her in it, but I mean, that was the past.
He's just, trying to practice his vicious mockery right now.
Yeah.
he just wants to kill someone with his rap battle. It's going to be awesome when he does.
So enjoy those 11 hit points. You really took a vicious right there. I
just want to make sure that if anybody else gets fucked, I can use spell slots on them.
Oh, you know what? You're actually pretty nice, aren't you? Deep down. I know you don't know who you are, but I'm pretty sure once you find out, you'll see that you'll find out you're a really nice person. I give her a whiff of lavender in the face.
I doubt that at all, but okay.
Oh man. Okay.
I understand. You're just scared.
So Calyndra, you kind of report back as to what you've seen down the stairs there.
Yeah.
And then she tells you guys, and what do you do?
Oh man, I really want to go in the crack, but
me too. I want to go to the Batman symbol.
Yeah.
I think it's because it looks like a Batman symbol.
So tempting, extra tempting.
Batman could be there. He always goes to where Batman symbols are.
At the very least, we should probably tie a rope and check out what's in that room just in case we need to escape out of it. Even at the end,
Kite leers her eyes at Gone.
So you guys want to go jump down the crack in the floor when we just found a set of stairs?
That may lead to it.
That is totally sane thinking.
I'm just saying, put a rope down it and maybe check the room out a bit so we know what we're dealing with.
Yeah,
before heading down the stairs. And then there's a rope down there that we can climb out of if we need to.
Fine.
Is it big enough for Grond to climb out of?
So you know that the crack in the floor from looking down at it earlier, that there's basically slabs of collapsed floor from above, the stonework from above that's collapsed and sits at an angle where somebody can actually, you don't have to drop down in the hole, but you can slide down these slabs of stone from the upper floor to reach the floor that's only 12 feet below.
Oh, okay.
Man.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, Bob, you're not just gonna leave this rope lying around again, are you? Only to have it.
I mean, I can. I know I can because I got good friends to go bring it to me.
Call back to like episode 6.
I just saw Grond typos the dank. So funny. That there would even be a meme for the dank. Yeah. So what y'all doing?
So stairs or crack? I vote crack.
I vote crack too.
Just say no to crack.
Sounds
Crack, 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 crack.
So that's 3 on crack. Oh no.
Yeah. Feeling lost, lonely, or like you have too much money? Then perhaps it's time you tried crack. Yeah.
Split the party because that's a good idea.
Yeah.
I mean, the thought of sliding down the slabs sounds fun. So
Right?
Okay, so you guys would have to bustle your way back up to the top and make your way back out to here, through here, and then come out to this courtyard. There is one door on your left, but other than that,
All right, Emus, we'll check that door. Let's check that door.
Thank you. I didn't have to say it. Thank you.
just to solve his OCD.
Well, Kelly, you make these doors so tempting. It's like a nervous little.
Well, to be honest, most of the doors on this top area seem to be, rotted out, half rotted out. As you approach them, you can kind of look through some of the cracks to peer inside, but you, Emus, would just see darkness, inky darkness beyond, and not much in the way of light for the most part.
No, probably not. I can light things though.
Right? That's true.
Yeah.
So peering into this, it also seems
For this one, I'm going to use a torch because I think if we're going down further, I'm going to need a torch anyways.
Okay.
No one else. Yeah, I know that makes me a target in the darkness, but I have to see to be useful.
Okay.
So I'm
lighting a torch and sticking your head in there as everybody marvels at your OCD. You see a large room lined with vague and rotted remains of long weapon racks and sword racks. The ceiling is collapsed inward and debris litters the floor. Among the moss creepers and stone debris, several rusted halberd heads and pike tips lie strewn about, but everything is far past the point of usefulness, save for smelting in a forge, obviously. Collectively, maybe you could fetch a few silver pieces for the metal that's here at a smithy. Looking around, you can see just visible 4 halberd blades, 2 pike tips, and a rusted longsword blade, which does not appear to have a handle attached to it. It's just the blade and the tang. The tang.
all right. On to.
I'll take a search of this room as well.
Okay, an investigation check.
That would be 14.
14. Okay. You find absolutely nothing of value.
All right.
Yep.
Eric, Emus, I know you want to. Why don't you investigate it, and I'll help you.
Oh, sorry. I thought I did. That's why he gave me that description.
Oh no,
well, that was just looking in. I mean, actually giving it that was your cursory examination of it.
Oh man, I would like to investigate every inch I crawl.
Right.
Okay. You don't find anything here, even with advantage. Calyndra did a very thorough search. She was putting up with you trying to search behind her, as she's like, "Whatever I find here is going to be mine, motherfucker." And then you went over.
I trust Calyndra leading the way as well with those searches.
Yeah, so you went over here, and let me see if I can just.
I'm gonna find some kind of treasure. Damn it! Oh right, and the tapestry. Gross.
Yeah.
So you see another door here, Emus, and you can go in there and peering in, you find it is a room much the same size as the other one. And there appears to be rotting remnants of sword racks and weapons racks on the edges of this wall. However, in this room, you only find a few rusted arrowheads and the remnants of what may have been a quiver at one point. It's very difficult to tell from the remains, but other than that, you don't find anything in here. Some creeping vines thick with moss and a couple of puddles on the floor.
All right, I let the group know that maybe our way is down and the bat symbol is the target we should hit.
Okay, so for each one of these towers as well, you should be aware that the towers have an entrance on the main floor. So when you're over in this area, you can see over to that side that there is a small archway and a small archway that leads into each of those towers, but there is the gaping 9-foot-ish diameter hole in the center of this courtyard.
Oh, so there's more rooms to search is what you just said? Damn it.
Okay, fuck it. Let's hit the crack.
That's it.
We can come back and search these.
There you go. So,
Yeah, I'm going straight there.
okay,
Crack
so
it is.
looking down into this room, you see that most of the ceiling has collapsed into the room, but that there is enough room for you to slide down, and there's an archway on the one side of the wall that leads off into the unknown. You can't tell from here, but it seems to be a hallway on the other side. So there's just boulders and plants and strewn debris from one end of this room to the other. It's fairly choke thick with it. And even though you guys can get down, you figure you could get Grond and maybe 2 people standing beside him on the little landing and in the floor below. But then somebody would have to move into that hallway beyond.
Which direction is the arch facing? Like to the stairs that came down?
Yeah, well, sort of. So the arch goes this direction.
Okay.
Let's go through it.
Slide down.
Yeah, let's go.
You slide down. And when you first land at the bottom, I'm just going to get a perception check from whoever goes down first.
I definitely do, because I've been trying to do this for like
Yeah, she's literally 5 feet ahead of you, slides down to the bottom. And as you land at the bottom, what was your perception check?
16.
16? Okay. You hear what sounds like just chattering or something clicking coming from the distance, but you only hear it for just a few seconds. And then once you land at the bottom and kind of straighten yourself out, you don't hear it anymore.
Creepy.
Okay.
Maybe this wasn't the right decision.
Something like the pillar, the thing I slid on,
I
and
knew
I'm
we
going
shouldn't
to
have
cast
done
the
this,
light
right?
cantrip to light up the room more. I
Okay.
have dark vision, but I probably can't see whatever that is.
Okay, so lighting up the room, you don't see anything other than that there is some water pooled on the floor and that the archway leads into a hallway beyond, which is just basically a T-junction, so you'd have to go out in the hallway to see left or right, but it goes left and right once you're out there.
Okay, well, I'm not stupid enough to go alone, so I'm going to wait for somebody.
Yeah, as Calyndra slides in behind you and Grond thunders down, slides down, thump. Kite's probably already down there, having teleported in from a shadow nearby. Thump. And Emus, you're sliding down there as well. Okay, gone Bops, you too.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, everybody bustles down into the room and pushes the rest of the people out into the hallway beyond. And what I'm going to do is normally we pause her at 9 o'clock. We're going to pause it right now and let everybody take a 10-minute break a little bit early. And then when we regroup, we'll put you in on the second level.
Yeah.
So we'll see you guys all back here in 10 minutes. Bye for now.
It's about the end of the world. That's a bad thing.
I'm doing good now because of dude with the hat. I can't remember his name.
Gone Bops.
Yeah.
Yeah, Grond is very concerned. If you have
Wait,
the
you're not muted. I'm an idiot.
yeah, it's one of
I
those
turned
things.
off my speakers.
Yeah, no, needless to say, we're yeah.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Shit, but well played for Mr. K there over there. That's a well-to-do play. Never even would have thought.
Well, that and there's there's some other things as well. Like, I mean, with that white, I know that you can communicate with dead, but I knew
No,
to
sorry.
destroy that thing.
So technically, if it's an undead that I didn't create, I later can have meta. Later can have that skill, but the one he gave me for the other stuff, I'm not at that level yet. I can't cast that one yet.
Oh, okay. Because my thought was definitely Grond would not want to suffer any of that crap to live. But I'm like, if you shared that with him, Grond was not going to suffer that thing upstairs to come around.
No, I'd have to have like a talk and say, listen, these books I read, this is talking about like raising the dead and control and stuff. I don't know if we're having this talk. I don't know how Grond would react. So I'd have to be like, maybe do it through a duplicate. So if you punched him in the face, I would just vanish. But we're not, I don't know, something like that. Kelly hasn't hit the play button yet, so. But for as far as like soldiers go, you did witness me reading those undead books and learning about all this stuff. That's about as far as that goes.
Yeah.
And those books were something I found. That's not like something I went and purchased.
No, and that's just what it is.
Yeah, it's just on the less creepy factor. You know, like compared to the 9 picking up that rot grub and storing it, that was more of a 3. You can tell the creepy scale by Calyndra's face after I do something. And she's like, what the f-? But just a 3, she's like, ew.
Yeah. And if it's something really, really creepy, like if it's a 9, you might actually get a reaction out of me.
Oh, you all react. You burnt my hand. I have a scar because of you, and I kiss it every night.
That was a weird place to come into a conversation, I can assure you.
It's always a weird place when we come into conversations here. I like it, though.
It's okay. It's like Syndrome from The Incredibles. As soon as everyone's weird, no one will be.
Oh, yes.
It's like Donald Trump tactic.
Right. All right, let's just go down.
You guys have basically come down into this room that's all full of fallen chunks of floor and stuff, and the little blue dots are you in the south there, as you pile out into this hallway. The hallway is dank, for lack of a better word. It doesn't get any danker than this thing. It smells. It's there's moss and what looks like slime or something covering the walls, just from algae or mold and mildew maybe. But it definitely, the air down here, the quality is 0. But leading down towards the east, you see that there is a door or an archway in the south wall.
I keep sprucing up the air with whiffs of eucalyptus.
Nice. Good choice. Yeah. So, and on the west side, the hallway just ends abruptly at a wall, and it looks like there's some timbers inset into the wall, like perhaps there was a rack or a weapons rack or some kind of wood effigy or something mounted to the back wall here.
Well, perhaps the toughest of us should move forward. So me and Grond will take point.
Did you just say toughest?
All you pansies better stay back.
Kite,
That was awesome.
maybe you take up the rear just in case, and everybody else kind of gets squishy in the middle. Like
Kite
the
does that. Kite does that Batman squid and nods in agreement.
Let me just move this. Can I move that? And there we go. Oops. Okay. So you guys approach down to that room there?
Yes.
Okay. You see that that the room, this is like 10 feet by 10 feet here. So there is just a rotted door frame over here. And then it enters into another chamber. Everything is rotted, although there is bits of wood and stuff on the floor. It appears that this area, being so closely exposed to the outer elements, has fallen into disrepair. And that the archway on this side, as you walk up, it appears to open into another 10 by 10 foot room. And this one appears to have been a bedchamber at one point or another. The general state of the location of certain timbers and bits of wood and debris on the floor gives you the indication where certain items of furniture might have been located at one time had they still been around. But now almost everything is just disarray.
Let's keep
I'll search the room.
Okay. I'll get you roll an investigation check. There we go.
That would be a 7.
7. Okay, you do not find a thing. So, and you figure you gave it a pretty thorough search. And as you approach this side of the room, you can see that behind some debris over here, there is a rotting door.
Sorry.
And then over here, there is a door that is still half there. So there's another. You can go up to that and peek through.
I'll peek through there.
Okay, so peeking through, you see that also leads into another room. Most of these rooms appear to have been one time like very plainly appointed. There's not much for deco or any kind of detail to the room other than it just being a box. There's another door to the north, just like there was here. And both of those doors are actually in adequate condition. But that is the end of the archways heading to the east. So you have 3 doors.
Well, which door do we take? Door number 1, door number 2, or number 3? Yes.
1, 2, or 3.
I think the middle one. Always go with middle.
Wait, are we checking them all?
Yeah.
It is best to often find middle ground.
Unless they lead into a hallway.
So are you all going to open a door at once, or are you going to open one first?
Let's do one at a
Fun
time. You never
idea.
know.
Oh, where's your spirit of adventure?
Sounds like a fun idea.
We all have mage hands. We could open them all at the same time and see what crawls out.
Yeah, what if it's 3 whites?
Then we...
We kill them.
Well, then we'll need to find 3 wands.
Hey, three wrongs don't make 3 whites, okay?
So 4 wrong.
But can they unmake them? That's what I'm interested in.
I'll try to turn undead. Just get rid of them.
Wait, do we burn those last bodies? Like the wizard asked? I don't think we did. So we have to kill them again on our way out.
Perhaps. This is the life apparently that we have made for ourselves.
I just
signed
like
up for?
that we have like a Bed Bath and Beyond, or one of those scent factories wherever we go.
Yeah.
Lavender, eucalyptus,
I
cinnamon.
think it just makes sense.
Okay.
I like it. It's like lighting a scent candle everywhere we go.
Okay. So, coming through that middle door, it opens into a hallway, and you see directly across from you. This place is so sweet. Tons of fun. You see a wooden archway over here. This is it's like a 10-foot arch that spans the hall, and over here there appears to be metal supports that are holding up these areas of the upper floor. There's a hallway that disappears down here. You see the outside of the other two doors for the rooms that you were in, and the hallway continues down here to the north, and two doors located in the north as well. This one is a little more inset than this one.
I have a quick question about the condition of the wood from the first level down to the second level.
What a great question. So now as you enter into this area, you notice that the wood is remarkably intact. Given the age of the place, you would expect that things would be non-existent. Not that they'd be rotted, but with the state of decay in the place. And they are decayed. Like here you see that the timbers are rotted and stuff in places, but it doesn't look like they're rotted through. They look like they're moldering. But you would figure that maybe the doors had been rotted for 50 years and not the hundreds of years old that this castle is supposed to have existed.
I'm going to take the scythe and tap on the wood. And Grond, do you notice this?
It's interesting.
You guys have a couple of ways that you can go here. This is a wall, obviously. And then there's a hall that heads down that direction.
I'm almost thinking that the heart of this castle might have the skin. Maybe we should go towards the northeast through these doors here. Maybe head.
Are we heading straight to the skin and out?
Well, I mean,
that is the priority, and we
yes,
my priority, so I want to search the castle.
Yeah, staring down through this wooden arch, you see that the hall extends for quite a ways to a four-way intersection here that disappears into a couple of different directions. Tapping on, which door did you tap on down here? Emus, which door were you tapping on with that scythe?
I was thinking the wooden archway, whichever wood condition. I was just tapping on that archway and saying, hey, pointing out Grond, do you notice this? The condition of the wood.
Right. So when you did that tapping with your scythe, I'm going to get a perception check.
Oh, rolling 16.
Okay, so you tap on the wood, and just a second later, you hear from somewhere down the corridor to the east,
like an echo of the same beat. Okay. So does everybody else notice that echo?
Anybody who you pointed out to may have just like side guessed it as an echo or whatever, but yeah, you heard the echo. It is a fairly long corridor in either direction, to the best of your knowledge here.
Well,
so
if you want,
sorry, go.
If you want to search the castle, then perhaps we should sweep the perimeter first and go in a clockwise direction. And then
so you're heading down this direction, you mean, towards the west?
And then go to the left and just keep on the walls there, and then we'll just kind of map it around and spiral our ways into the middle.
That is one of the most efficient ways of searching place.
Clockwise? Should they link up?
Yeah.
And if they don't, whatever is here has now had time to prepare.
Yes.
So yeah, you notice there's quite a bit of filth and debris all along the edges of the walls, like where you're walking. And it doesn't look like it's necessarily well trodden, the center of the halls and stuff. It just looks like the area where there is the least amount of debris. So it's hard to tell if anything's walked down here. It's moisture everywhere.
Yeah, ask Calyndra if she sees any tracks or recent pathways, people going.
So she can roll nature.
She's just good at that, and I'm stupid at that.
Oh. I don't know if I'm the best one for it, but I got 13.
Okay. Yeah, you don't see any tracks that you can identify as a silhouette of footprints or anything like that. More or less the ground is uneven. The stone's kind of worn away all over the place. So it's very difficult to ascertain what might have walked down here, if anything.
So nothing recent. Well, we can't tell, but
yeah.
So you have anything recent? Okay.
Right. So you have 2 doors to the north, a corridor leading down to the north to an intersection, and a corridor leading to the east to a 4-way intersection.
And the echo went east.
Came from the east.
Yeah. If we're going clockwise, we can. It's basically pick one or the other. So go down, which is north.
Okay, and Mara Jane, you feel just a rush of cold kind of as you step down into this area beyond that door. So as everybody bustles out into the hall and you come out, you just kind of feel this subtle wash of cold go over you. And you definitely feel that this place is evil.
Shudder.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay. Roll perception, Kite.
Kite hates ghosts.
19.
19? Okay, you notice Mira Jane shiver intensely as she comes through the door.
She'll put a hand on her shoulder and ask her, "Hey, Mira Jane, is everything all right?"
I proceed to tell him that this place feels very evil and I feel very cold.
Smack.
Okay.
Oh, proceed he. I thought you just smashed because.
Yeah.
Every time.
Kite is female, yes.
Yeah. So door number 1, door number 2, or are we going east or north down this corridor or west down that corridor? And who's going first?
I want to look in every door possible.
That's the completionist in Emus as well.
Well, of course, but I liking that she's speaking up for me. This is awesome.
Yeah, so even though Mira Jane keeps hurting Kite's feelings, she's still gonna go around and help her out with it.
Okay. So what are you guys gonna open?
Kite, it's the mustache. Denver, it's the mustache that gets me in my head lots too.
Yeah, Kite, it's the mustache. How many
She's a
times?
19-year-old girl wearing a mask. Come on.
Yeah.
You drew the picture.
I can send you. I have 18 masks now. I can send you one. You can just wear it during and I'll say it all the time.
I do actually have one of those half ninja mask things too.
Why aren't you wearing it right now?
It's really hot in this house, so.
That's fair. That's why I'm not wearing the wizard robe right now too. It's very hot.
When it becomes the winter there, I'll be able to cosplay even better.
You'll get chopsticks in your hair. This is going to be awesome.
That one's a little tougher to pull off there, but
Get a wig.
Yeah.
all right.
Spaghetti on your head and stick them in there.
Hey,
So
Sarah, what do you think? Should we get some full costume Tales of Chrysalis? You decide in the comments below.
I could pull it off for maybe 2 nights in a row, and then I don't know. It'd be tough.
It's so fun. It's so funny how often everybody says chrysalis, which is a butterfly cocoon, like a cocoon chrysalis or whatever. Right?
Chryalis.
It's
Gary
Chryalis.
corrected me twice on it.
It's-
and told me that Kelly gets mad.
Yeah, I like it.
That's
So
Kelly's
fucking
version of
awesome, you know?
It's funny though. No, it's totally funny. It's like the fact that like Carolyn has worked at the same place for the last 7 years, and people still call her Caroline when it's just like I think I do that with words all the time. I just see that I jumps to something. But anyway,
I'm still wearing a brassiere, so
yeah.
I still can't get that one right.
Look at my titties.
Yeah.
So, and I mean, I really hate to press you on this decision, but door number 1 or door number 2?
What?
Door number 1.
There's 2 doors.
There is 2 doors, and they both appear in adequate, not rotted through condition, but they do appear to be moldering, blackened from the passage of time.
I'm going to listen at each one. Do we hear anything from on the other side?
Interesting. Throw me a perception roll, please.
Whoop. Okay, never mind that one. 24.
Okay, you hear a little of this.
Ooh.
Yeah.
It's probably fine.
Which door?
Sounds good.
That's this door.
There's something on the other side of this door.
What is it? What does it sound like?
Yeah.
Something
Try-
good, something not.
She's like, it sounds a little like right there in the dungeon doing this. Like that's fucking.
It sounds like this.
Oh.
Well, I don't think you
No,
actually
no. It was more of a.
So you at the same time, you kind of hear this little from somewhere in the distance as well.
No, that's not how it went. It calls to the distance.
Oh no.
Okay, so yeah, that's what you hear on the other side of this door. And now that you put your ear to the door, you can actually hear the sound of it. It sounds like fingernails on wood.
Like on the
Kite's
door.
gonna pull out his sword.
On the door.
Yeah.
Just clawing to get out.
Grond is
Potentially.
going to pull out his 2 longswords.
I'm getting my bow ready.
Okay.
I'm gonna get an insult ready.
Okay.
I walk with my scythe, so it's kind of always ready.
Okay.
It's a walking stick.
Hey, what's behind the door? Your life's so fucking sad. I ran a charity 15K just to raise awareness for it.
Oh man, you gotta write these down and pre-plan these. These are awesome. Just have a book of insults.
To let you know, the door opens to the inside.
Mage hand.
Okay, so you're mage handing that.
Just wait. How about mage boot?
Mage boot.
Does that exist?
Far more tactical.
It does now. Yeah. Why should mage hand? It should be just mage appendage.
Oh,
You want a hand?
Oh,
You know what? From now on, that is a thing. If you want a foot or a hand with mage hand, that is a thing now.
Okay.
This
Yeah.
could get rid.
So you can give it the mage boot.
Grond is thinking he was going to give it the mage boot with his actual foot.
Yeah. So mage hand, I don't know how much actual force it can apply though.
Oh, 10 pounds.
10
or 30?
It can carry 10 pounds.
Yeah. So that's the weight it can carry, but actual impact, like if you were to direct it to punch something.
It does no damage.
Right.
Oh,
So so when you do a mage boot on a door, it's really just going to be like a bare foot thudding dully against the thump thump. But if you want a foot and then feet are
kick it and yell mage. How about that?
Well, and that's what Grond was thinking.
Yeah.
so you're going to give it a boot?
Yeah, that's why Grond said he was casting mage boot.
Okay. Well, Grond version of mage boot.
Ooh,
You kick open the door. And
athletics of 21 dirty.
perfect. The door shatters and busts inward. I'm going to actually get you to roll to hit for me.
That's just a 15.
Okay, it actually blasts what appears to be a zombie on the other side of that door backwards as it collapses on the ground. And you notice that this room has one that's collapsed back here now towards the wall. And there is a skeleton that is getting up on the other side of the room as that door busts in, and they all start moving towards you. It is initiative.
Hey, door number 1 is awesome.
I really enjoyed door number 1.
The skeleton gets 5.
I need my dice.
And we get a 17 for your zombies. And Grond, what'd you get?
5, nat 1.
Okay, 5. You actually get advantage on your first hit or first attack as well. And Gone Bops?
20.
20. Mira Jane?
18.
18. Calyndra?
20.
20. Wow, you guys did good. Kite?
10.
And Emus?
14.
14. Look at you guys go. Okay, so Calyndra and Gonbops are tied for the attack, except for Grond. You are right in the middle of that doorway right there. You just booted it in, and you see a zombie relatively within. You can move to strike if you step into the room.
But I'm on pretty much dead last, right?
Yeah, you're pretty much on a dead last. So you're either you can take an attack because you have the element of surprise here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You know what? Grond is actually going to step back and tell everyone, just catch them as they come through. They can only get us one at a time.
Okay. And again, you guys, like, as this breaks out and you hear the moaning of these zombies, you again hear that kind of like this weird sucking sound, like a wet sucking. Sound like a toothy blowjob up in this place. Okay, so
rather than attacking, I'm just I'm doing that pull back kind of thing.
Okay, so Grond pulls back to here, and then who else is coming in towards the door? Like, the door is quite wide, so we're talking like 7-foot width on this door. So you can get up there and probably get a couple of people boil into that room. It looks like it's some kind of barracks. Quite a few rotted remains of beds and such across the edges of the wall.
I might have to sign out and sign back in. Sorry, one sec.
It's okay.
I'll be kind of on the other side from Grond there.
Okay.
Right on the corner.
Okay, Gone Bops, where are you at?
So I'm kind of like out in the hallway, just able to look at them as they come in, like kind of in that middle door there.
Okay. So
middle doorway that we walk through.
This one there?
Yeah.
Okay. Mary Jane, where are you?
Yeah.
I'm back. Okay.
Yeah. By Grond.
Okay, and in the hall, let's go MJ there. Emus, where are you?
Okay, I'm taking a closer look. So Grond and Mary Jane, so I'm just behind them, forming a triangle, an equilateral triangle.
Okay.
Not isosceles?
Okay, bonus point for the other one. Anybody?
Right, where are you at?
I grew up in French math, so I don't know the English name of it.
Where's Kite at?
Equilateral. Just in front of Gone Bops, but not right in the doorway.
Okay. All right. So we are going. So Grond steps out of the way, and now Gone Bops and Calyndra, you see an opportunity to act. Whoever wants to go first.
You go ahead, Calyndra.
Okay, I'm using my my bow, my magic bow, my fire bow.
Okay.
I'll do a sneak attack.
Okay, one thing to keep in mind that I'm trying to keep apprised of is if you fire arrows, I need to hear you retrieve them. If you don't retrieve them, I may penalize you with a loss of arrows later. So just remember that you've shot them. I don't care about collecting X amount. Just say you collect them.
Okay.
Okay, so you pull and you can launch 2 shots.
It's a 14.
Okay, that is a hit on that zombie.
Okay. 17 and 4 fire damage.
Okay, that zombie collapses to the floor. Its head is just starting to smolder from that burning arrow stuck in it. And so you'll have to pick a different target for that second one.
Oh, I'll do another zombie.
Okay, so you actually only have access from where you're sitting at. Oh, actually, you can hit this one or this one. So the one closest to the door or the one furthest away from the door?
Closest to the door.
Okay, closest to the door. This one is now dead. Closest to the door, you fire.
That'd be 15.
15 is a hit. It strikes the zombie. And what kind of damage do you do?
20 plus 4 fire damage.
And that thing is brutal. That zombie collapses as well. And now the skeleton is fully standing up, but hasn't made a move to attack yet, or any kind of movement at all, other than standing there trying to figure itself out. You can see it's armed with a short sword. And we are at Bops.
Well, I could cast sleep on him, but I think all of you want a piece the way you're all lined up for him, so I'll just insult that skeleton again and be like, "You don't even deserve an insult."
Oh, nice. Okay.
Let's eat a sandwich, Skitty.
Yeah, that's a 19, so saves.
Okay, so yeah, nothing happens then.
Okay. We are over at Mira Jane.
Can I see any of them?
You can see the one that got pushed to the floor when Grond broke through the door, and from your vantage point, you can probably see the skeleton standing there as well.
But I can't see that one that's...
You can't see either of these two over here.
Okay, well that doesn't matter with Sacred Flame, so I'm going to try hitting one of them.
Okay. And you see this bolt of light open up on the ceiling as a pillar of light strikes the creature, the skeleton or the zombie?
Zombie.
Okay. And that is a 10 for a failure of save. Roll damage.
7 radiant damage.
7 radiant damage. You said on the zombie?
Yeah.
Okay. The zombie definitely takes some damage. But continues to press forward. It is Bops, Calyndra, got you, MJ, and Kite. Oh, sorry, Emus. Your go.
Emus is going to point at the one that she just Sacred Flamed.
Okay.
And shake the scythe and ring the bell.
Yeah, you can't actually do that from your vantage point standing behind Calyndra. You saw Calyndra fire arrows in here. This zombie is too far into the room and along the wall for you.
Is the one that Calyndra hit injured?
Well, Calyndra killed both of hers.
Okay.
Yeah, that elf ain't messing around. So, but you have visibility to this one, and you can see the skeleton as well.
Skeleton is not going to do this. I don't know. I'll go after the skeleton with a wisdom save. So you have to beat wisdom 16.
And it's 16 on the button.
Oh. So yeah, no, I got nothing bonus after that one.
Okay. Okay, and we are at Kite.
She takes the dodge action.
takes the dodge action. Okay. You are going to.
And as a flavor, she puts her hand out and does this.
Oh yeah, nice. All of a sudden, the zombies like dodging your incoming fire and shit, all Matrix style. So the zombies, they have moved up a little bit over the course of these last few seconds here, but we are at Grond. You stand there, you watch Calyndra fire arrows in there and everything going on. Might be muted, sir.
Always muted, sir.
You're still muted, Ty.
It doesn't show muted though.
Yeah, it's weird. Didn't show muted, but you were muted.
How about now?
No.
Yeah, you're good.
He's got the
Okay.
mute on his
He's
headphone.
like double muted himself. Okay.
How close are they? The zombies.
They're within 10 feet now. If you were to come around into the room, like you're kind of just off to the side, right? So yeah.
Grond.
Yep.
Grond will breach the room then.
Okay.
So my first attack.
As you breach the room, you notice there's two more.
Okay. Come around the corner and I will absolutely breach the room, I guess.
Yeah.
And I'm going to engage these things. So the first one, 18 plus 8. That ought to be a hit.
That is a hit for sure.
Uh, 12 points of damage.
Okay.
And the second hit, does an 18 hit?
18 definitely hits.
Awesome.
So, yeah,
Oh,
just
there we go. And 14 points of damage on the second hit.
okay. And that was on the same zombie?
Same zombie.
Okay, yeah, and that's with your hammers, right?
No, that's actually with my magical longswords, and I forgot to add my magical bonuses. So
Okay.
+2 and then +1 on the second hit.
Okay, yeah. So both of those chunk, and you literally like run your sword through huge chunks of this thing's body, and it just like ribbons out and collapses on the floor. And that is that zombie done. And we are at actually, technically, no. The skeleton now moves up as well. So the skeleton is moving up, and then we're back at the top of the order. With Calyndra and Bops. Whoever wants to go first.
Oh, go ahead, Calyndra. Let me know what I up.
Oh, she disappeared, actually.
Okay.
She'll be right back. She's just dealing with a
Cat
cat
and
who
or
is being a
dog.
dick.
Oh, yeah. So, Bops, good chance for you to
Right.
back to.
I'll go take skeleton and be like, I'd say you're a dick, but you don't got one.
Oh,
That's decent.
Okay, so you just get in just beyond the entrance of the room there, so you got good visibility of this thing, and you start taunting it relentlessly. And it definitely fails its save.
Oh, hooray. And it takes...
Zombie really misses his dick, apparently.
Yeah. It's like,
I'd call you a dick, but all you really are is just a boner.
Oh!
5 damage.
Yeah,
And that
5.
skeleton has
Okay,
disadvantage on its attack.
Yep, so you assume you've done 5 damage and that the skeleton has disadvantage on its attacks.
Yeah,
And it is over to Calyndra now that she's back. Fucking
So-
cat.
Yeah. Sneak attack again.
Okay, so you're sneaky attacking on like the zombie, the skeleton, zombie. You can now see these two as they, it only takes half a second here to move up a bit as they start getting closer.
I choose one of the ones in the back.
Okay, so we'll just pick this one, and you're firing arrows again.
Yeah.
Okay.
27.
Oh, that's a hit for sure. No bones about.
20 and 1 fire damage.
20,
Oh, 20, 21, 1 fire damage.
and 1 fire damage. That is just enough to light that thing up, and it collapses in a heap, clawing at its zombie face to try and get the arrow out of it. So that one is now down. And we're over at... So you have another shot here, Calyndra, and your targets are in close enough proximity that I'll let you change targets.
And I do the sneak attack again?
No, but you can take an attack.
Okay. 14.
That is enough to hit.
Okay. 10 and 1 fire damage.
10 and 1 fire damage, okay. And that strikes this zombie over here. And we are at Mira Jane. You see this gnome run past you and into the room. And Bops is now fully in there.
I'll just do the same thing I did last time.
You got to move up closer to the door and then cast Sacred Flame on one of the zombies, or are you going to attack the skeleton? You attacked this zombie before and struck it with the Sacred Flame. You still have this skeleton. Okay.
I'll hit him again.
Okay, fire away. Kaboom! And you strike it with the Sacred Flame.
8.
8 points of damage?
Yeah.
Okay, that zombie is done. And you guys basically see this white pillar, boom, hits the zombie and sets it alight within with a holy glow. And over to Emus. You're up, buddy.
All right, so the one that's just east of Grond, I'm going to come up beside Grond, just in the edge of the doorway.
Okay.
So right behind him.
Yep. Up in here.
Yeah.
Okay.
And be able to aim another Toll the Dead at him. So it's a Wisdom 16 save.
20.
Holy, you saved both of them. All right, and then for that, because it's a cantrip, I'm going to use my action to engage that guy.
Okay.
And take a swing with the one that's beside Grond east. Yeah.
Okay.
And hopefully that will help take a swing with the scythe for my action.
Okay, so you guys hear this boom as the bell rings out and doesn't seem to affect the zombie. And Emus swings over, and let's see how you do, buddy.
+8. Ooh, 14.
14 is a hit. You strike that zombie with your scythe, doing how much damage?
3 + 3, so 6 damage.
Okay, 6 points of damage it is. You definitely cut a huge chunk of flesh and bone off this creature, but it still lumbers towards you now instead of Grond.
Okay, well, I'm hoping Grond gets or flanking something,
Kite,
helping him out.
Emus, what are you doing in here? Back out.
Yeah, of course.
So
zombies are
just had a phone call come in.
You are up here, almost directly outside the door. You see Emus just kind of duck around the corner, boom, and then run over and disappears around this corner.
And is that Grond engaged with the skeleton there?
About to be, yeah.
Kite's gonna shadow step into the skeleton's shadow and back attack it.
Okay. You can definitely do that foomp foomp out of the shadow.
Oh, and she's gonna crit on that first sword.
Nice.
That was on this one here?
On the skeleton.
On the skeleton, okay.
And first one's a crit. Second hit will be a 23 to hit.
Okay, yeah, those are both like tremendous hits. Really, you just got to roll me the damage on your crit.
Oh. 9 plus 6 is 15 for the crit.
Yeah, done.
Oh.
Skeleton collapses into a heap of broken bone on the floor.
Okay, so then that
You have another.
that next sword is going to go to the one directly to that left.
Okay.
What did I say? That was 14 plus 9, 23 to hit.
That is definitely a hit. Roll damage.
For 7 damage.
Okay.
And then she's going to punch it with her unarmed strike for only a 11 hit.
Okay. 11?
Yeah.
That's pretty good hit.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah. So, you definitely chunk, do some damage on this thing. And the zombie retaliates.
Oh, sorry. The unarmed wasn't a hit, or it was a hit?
Oh, that was a hit.
Oh, okay. So this is bludgeoning, and
Oh, sorry. You said 11, right?
yeah.
Yeah, it's still a hit. Yeah.
So then that is 7 bludgeoning damage.
Yeah. Okay. That thing does nothing. Never mind the retaliatory thing. It just disintegrates on that last impact and collapses in a heap. There's now only one zombie lurching directly towards Emus. And actually, it will get up to 19, Emus. Oh, you're muted.
Oh, first time. Okay, so I'm going to use my reaction there.
Okay.
And for this, make my AC 20 by casting Shield.
Okay. Foom, your shield comes up just in the nick of time as this thing lurches out and its face is like foom, right near where you were like just a moment ago. And we are over at that was Kite, Emus, and Bops.
Cost me spells.
Combox?
Bops.
I'm gonna like run up to him and I'm gonna stab him with my short sword and my dagger in the other hand. So I got a 24 with the short sword.
Definitely a hit.
Jeez, that's 5 damage.
Okay.
And then the dagger is a 19.
Okay, and right at that moment, before you even have a chance to roll damage, you just like basically chunk, and the zombie and dies, slumps down on its knees, burying itself even further onto your sword.
And I kick it off the edge of my blades.
Okay, you guys still hear that weird sucking sound coming from off in the distance.
Can we tell from which direction? No.
Is this room what's in this room other than the zombie bodies?
So there is a number of
Something that sucks.
yeah, that's right. So other than the disarray of the room, it looked like at one time it had several beds and some crude furniture, but most of it's fallen into a complete state of disrepair. The beds are barely recognizable as such, and the mattresses have long since disintegrated. Mold and mildew are generally the qualities of the both the air and the walls, and you can see that there's just grime everywhere. And it looks like the zombies themselves have been kind of slowly taking each other apart and just picking at things in the room in general.
All right. So I'm going to remind the group, kind of like the know-it-all that Emus is, and says what zombies come from and how I've read that they're created. There might be other ways, but from what I've read, they've been raised or turned.
Mira Jane rolls her eyes at you and because you would know this stuff too, but it's like Undead 101.
Oh, and Calyndra already knows that I like to mansplain things a lot, so.
She just ignores him and just goes about checking the room.
That's so funny. So yeah, you guys have apparently cleared the room. If anybody is rolling to search the chamber, you're welcome to roll an investigation check. One person with advantage.
I can give advantage to someone, or I can roll it.
Yep.
I'm pretty good
Yeah,
at
you
it.
can help them search the room too.
Investigation +8.
Do you want to?
It doesn't matter. I'm +8. You're +5. It's very close. You go.
Okay. Well, if you're +1 +6, yeah, go ahead. Great.
15 +8 is 23.
Yeah.
Okay, so as you search amongst the remains and the desiccated pieces of bed and stuff, you find a total of 23 gold pieces scattered across underneath the grime and remnants, and 13 silver pieces.
23 and 13?
Yeah, they kind of seem like groups of coins were in certain areas, almost as if whatever had contained them at one time had just dissolved, leaving the coins behind.
All right. And then are they like antique like the other ones were? What's the condition?
No, so the only coin that struck you out of the coins that you discovered earlier as being different was the electrum pieces. Those were the odd ones.
Okay.
Electrum's not from around here.
Okay, so I've just added this to the group one. We can split whenever you guys want later.
Okay. Yeah, and other than that, you also find 2 daggers of reasonable quality, somewhat chipped and rusted, but still usable as weapons with no penalties. And then the rusted out long swords that may have been used by the zombies in their former lives, and the short sword that the skeleton was carrying.
So I'm going to suggest, and you can turn me down, no hard feelings. I spend 11 minutes, and sit down, crouch my legs, and see what these are, if they're worth taking, or we can just move on.
I think we move on for now, just for speed's sake, but we can absolutely catalog this stuff and come back for it.
I will put it on it is in a room. The 2 dagger, we're taking the money, of course, but leave the long swords and the daggers in a room.
Well, the daggers won't take up much room. Did you just want to take those?
Yeah, I don't.
We can take them, but we'll catalog them later. We'll grab them and we'll go, and then we'll check them out later.
Okay, sounds good. So, but we're leaving the long swords.
Okay.
Okay, so swords are in the room.
All right, so we will just consider this room cleared. This one. Sorry, actually went in a little bit here.
Oh, there's a closet. No, never mind.
Yeah, you get a general sense of the shape of that other room.
I'll go listen at the door. Do I hear anything?
You do hear some scratching on the other side, but it appears to be coming from the base of the door. And then it stops.
I will let. Oh, there's something there.
Okay.
Did it sound like the other scratching of the thing, or no? Sounds like a rat, maybe.
Yeah, you can see at the bottom of the door, the door frame itself is kind of rotted away towards the floor, and that there is a fairly 2 or 3 inch space at any one point in the rough bottom of the door where it's rotted away.
Can I see anything underneath that?
So you put your face down to the ground and peer into the underneath? Okay, so you peer underneath, and looking across, you see that this room is 20 by 10. Well, roughly 20 by 10. And that there is a couple of rats scurrying around on the far end of... this looks to have been a weapon storage. There's actually several rotted remnants of pole arms and halberd heads, pike heads lying on the ground, and just the semi-rotted remnants of the weapons racks that used to contain them.
Rats and weapons. I'll open the door.
Okay, the door creaks open on its hinges fairly easy, but you can actually feel pushing on the door that it almost seems to flex a little with the level of rot. But opening the door, you just exactly see what I described. There's probably a total of 11 halberd heads lying on the floor, and about 4 different pike staff heads, but most of the wood has long since rotted away for all of them.
Search. Give a quick search.
Okay. And searching the room, roll investigation for me, please.
Oh, it's not gonna. 7.
Okay.
Ooh.
You
I
do
rolled
not
a 1.
find, you do not find anything of importance.
Right.
Yeah. So what's everybody else doing? Mary
Moving
Jane?
Well, I'm also looking around.
Yeah. Okay. So everybody's kind of mulling around this area here. Which way are you guys going to go? East or west and north?
Through the whole time that she was doing that, Grond was actually trying to narrow down exactly which way the sucking or slurping sound was coming from.
Okay. Roll perception for me, please.
This is crucial.
14 plus 2, 16.
16. Okay. You don't hear that sucking sound anymore.
Well, that sucks.
Okay. And you guys
Or it
are
doesn't.
investigating for about another 10 minutes here, searching around that room a little bit, and nothing seems to have occurred.
I'm gonna look for the next room to go search.
Okay, so are you going this way to the west or this way to the east?
East?
You're going down to the east? Okay, so you guys see Mira Jane start to wander off towards the east. Anybody going with her or opposite direction?
Probably the 2 bodyguards I have right now.
Yep.
Yeah.
Grond is following.
I think she's on to us, Grond.
So you guys go up here, and there is a very large and what looks to be about the most sturdy remnants of a door that you have seen so far. Over here, you see stairs leading up that appear to be choked with debris at the top. And the hall continues through another wooden arch down this way. And then you can see there is a door to the south and a door to the north. So yeah, there's a little bit. This one's a little more inset. This door, similar to the other side. And then it looks like there is an arch, stone arch right here. And then it leads looking down. Yeah, you guys, as you start walking down, so you get to about here, and once you're here, that's what you see, that door. Looking down, you can see there's another door at the end of the hall. Another door here. So many doors. And then the hallway just turns.
Let's check that really nice door first, I think.
The door to the north?
Pretty appealing to click.
Or south.
Interesting. Okay.
Do we hear anything first?
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
So you guys are listening at the door?
Yeah.
You do not hear anything.
I knock on the door. Do I hear anything?
You just hear the resounding sound of the knock echoing into the chamber beyond.
Knock 3 times.
Nevermore.
Okay. Yeah, so you knock and then you try the door.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
You find that it is locked, and that even giving the slightest nudge to the door, it doesn't give at all.
Might need to find
you-
some kind of key. Only some crazy druid had given us a hint about that.
Well, the druid is the key the shape of a ring.
It is not. There is a keyhole the shape of a keyhole.
So using my mage hand, I'm going to try pick it.
Okay, you're going to try and mage hand pick it. Okay. Yeah. So give me a roll.
Is that like double dexterity check?
Do I take the Like for thieves' tools, the bonus for that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that'd be 23.
Ooh.
Okay.
Oh.
You hear a as the lock appears to have unclasped.
Push the door open.
Okay, you push the door open, it creaks open on its hinges, and in the center of the room, so I'm going to draw a bigger version of this room down here for you. This is where you guys came
Way to
into.
go, Calyndra.
Actually, this isn't even a bigger version. This is what should be above here. Okay. There's a door. And then as you go in, you see that there are 4 pillars dominating the room, and at the center is a large wooden table with several chairs scattered in disarray as if the room was vacated in a hurry. There is a fireplace in the back wall, and it looks that at one time tapestries hung in various locations along the edge of the wall.
Skin tapestries?
No.
They are not. They actually, given the tattered remnants that are even there, from what you can discern, they may have been just regular tapestries at one time, but it is literally scraps and shreds of rotted material hanging, some of them stuck to the wall. It's just, you're very surprised, actually, that anything is here at all, that any of this stuff is existing for as long as it's probably been down here.
Mm.
So you guys have the hallway out there, and you guys have come in here.
Probably not mendable.
I wouldn't recommend not trying.
We can always try.
That's like inadvertently resurrects the tapestry of blood.
Investigate team, take a look at this
Yep.
whole room, see if there's anything interesting we can find out.
So I'm gonna see whatever remnants of the tapestries. I'm gonna go around and look at them all, see if there's any similarities. What are the differences? Is there any like symbolized markings, sigils, families, anything like that?
Okay. I will show you what you see.
And Kite will be picking up tapestry things or whatever just to assist Emus in wherever he tells her to go.
I think this is where he's letting me use my passive investigation. I think this is it.
So you literally see that most of the remnants of these tapestries are about this long, and the tops, shredded tops of the tapestries where they're fixed to the top wood parts that would normally have held them in place, and that wood is rotted and warped, and the shreds that are left dangling on there, you're not even sure you'd like to touch them. As you get close, you can tell that they're moist. Yeah,
like,
but it looks to have been at one point like a war room, some kind of planning chamber.
That's what I thought out of that.
Yeah,
It's no fighting in the war room.
Right.
Hopefully something with blueprints or directions.
Okay, so you
champagne room.
Yeah, that's right. So most of what you see in here is like rotted or worn away. The only thing that's in reasonable quality or reasonable shape is a couple of the chairs that are lying askew on the ground and the table itself, which has appeared to, suffer the least amount of molding out of any piece of wood that you've found in the place so far. But it's definitely seen some age. This room actually appears to be a little bit drier than the outside in the hall. This is the war room. And like I said, a large fireplace dominates the south side of the room.
So I looked at the tapestries. Anybody looking at the fireplace / table stuff?
I'll be checking out the fireplace.
Okay. You checking out the fireplace. I'm going to get you to roll an investigation check.
While she's doing that, I'm dancing a jig on the table.
15.
Oh, wow. Okay, so you find nothing of interest in the fireplace other than, the ash and soot that has collected in there over the years. Who else is searching the room?
Dancing is allowed in the war room.
I guess Bops' version of searching.
Okay. So Bops. Who else is searching?
I am.
Okay, so Mira Jane, I'll get you to roll an investigation check and then with advantage.
Nat 20.
Well, that nat 20 is definitely going to reveal a secret door in the south wall. You push on one of the stones. It's odd shaped, and it kind of sets in for a moment, and then the door kind of moves in, and you find there is a chamber on the other side.
Exciting.
Exciting. So there's a dark hallway on the other side, and you can't really perceive anything. Are you still carrying that torch, Emus?
Yeah.
I have
Well,
vision. I can see things.
you can see.
Can you see in the dark?
Yeah.
Oh,
But I can't.
okay. So yeah, you can see in the dark, and you've got a little bit of vision inside there. You just see it leads into a long corridor leading off this direction.
I had a meta question that I didn't see in the. How long do they last?
What's that?
A torch.
That's a good question. I looked this up before. It was like 40 minutes or something like that.
Yeah, I'm just trying. I think there was some like off non D&D Beyond resources.
Yeah, D&D torch duration.
But I typed it in.
I think an hour.
1 hour. 1 hour. Yeah.
Okay. So, do you remember when I lit that? So let me know when it expires.
Yeah, it hasn't been an hour yet.
It's going to be like the worst possible time.
The only thing is, Emus, is I'm going to say it went out because during that last battle, you sure as shit would have dropped the torch.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, unless you had that mage hand just standing by, I'll hold your torch for you, sir. And you're just like, I'm going to go off and swing a scythe and cast a couple of spells. I'll be back to get that in a moment. So you've either got to strike up another torch or find another source of light. Okay. Well, Mary Jane, what did you cast light on earlier?
A wall?
Oh, like way not in this room.
Okay. Yeah. So you guys have just
I can see in the dark, so like it kind of doesn't. I don't think of it all the time.
Yeah. No, that's fair. So yeah, this leads down to you see a door here, and then that door is shut, and it's basically just a long corridor. It looks fairly utilitarian, like it was just, and it's a little bit thinner. Grond, you would be hard pressed, like you would be in here, but the side distance, you're only talking 5 feet width and 8 feet high in the ceiling.
So there's a door in there?
Yeah, there's a door at the end right here.
Okay, well, I'm gonna go up to it and see if I can, like, not hear anything from the other side.
Okay, what are the rest of you guys doing in the room?
I'm pointing out that I'm out of torches. Shit.
Okay. You lighting another one?
That was my last one.
Oh, unfortunate for you. So, in this light anyway. Mary Jane, you open that door, and on the other side, you see...
Kite will just give Emus a torch. She's got.
Oh, you've got torches? May I? Thank you.
Okay, and you basically see... interesting.
I won't drop this one.
There is a circular set of stairs down here that leads down, but they are too thin for Grond to stuff himself down those stairs. And this over here, you can see that there must be another secret entrance here from the back of this wall. So it looks like, both secret entrances come into where the staircase is. And it leads down.
So it's like a getaway room.
Down.
Another place that Grond can't fit.
Shit.
Damn
Was there anything on the table of note from Bops' tippy toes?
Just
no plants, nothing. Anything in this room would have been, fairly rotted out.
Okay, so
the tapestries surviving it all is a shock to you. A sheet of paper, probably not.
Being able to shrink Grond would be amazing right now.
Yes.
So you guys are aware this is
disguise self. You can shrink yourself. Do you have disguise self?
You're muted, Ty.
I can only shrink the way I look. I can't shrink myself.
It's an illusion.
Oh, yes. Okay. You can look a foot shorter.
But won't actually be.
Yeah.
Well, I want to go down the spiral staircase.
Okay, I'll go with you.
I'll go with her too.
Grond will have to remain up here.
Okay.
Emus,
will hang out.
are you?
No, I'm following MJ. I'm following the group.
Okay, so MJ, wow, yeah, that's funny. So Mira Jane, Calyndra, Emus, and Bops all pile down these stairs, and Kite and Grond are left back in that room.
I give Grond a shrug as I leave.
She managed to lose one of you.
You knew what this was, Grond.
Go to Emus. Don't worry, I'll protect you this time. You stay
God.
And you guys,
Grond, please come back.
oh man, that is too funny. So you guys bustle down the stairs, and the stairs come out into a 20 by 20 foot room. It's completely devoid of any furnishings, but there is a bit of a dirty outline in the wall. I'll get an insight check from whoever comes down to the bottom of the stairs first. Mira Jane, that's you.
Yeah. Well then, that is a 7.
Okay, a 7.
Yeah.
Okay, no problem. So you come downstairs, and Calyndra, and basically looks like you guys are in a big ass empty room. Calyndra, you come downstairs as well.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'll get a perception check from everybody in turn as you come down. Let's
So
see.
I missed that Tyler got or Grond got me. What was that?
What did you get, Calyndra?
9.
9. Okay, so both of you come down the room, and you're a little bit like, what the hell is going on here? It's just an empty room. So you're thinking maybe this is a storage room, or something was stored down here that they wanted to. Emus, perception check for me, please. Bops, perception check from you.
I got a 13.
13. Okay, so you come down as well, and you're a little bit confused as to why you're in a big empty room or what is stored down here. Emus, hey buddy.
Yes. Sorry, I'm back.
Yeah, I know. If I can get a perception roll from you, as you were the last one to descend the stairs.
Yes. So I rolled because I figured you. That's why you were asked. I rolled a natural 1.
A natural 1. Excellent. So you guys pile down into this room, and looking around, you don't see anything of note.
Weird.
Yeah. So
come down here. We need you to perceive something.
Actually, Mira Jane, I'm actually going to get you to roll an insight check.
That's a 20.
Okay, so a 20 on insight. As you go around, you note that there is a distinct outline of mold on where the edges of some kind of door is in the side of the wall, but you can't seem to locate how to open it.
Lick the mold, they'll tell you where north is.
Stone in the wall.
Okay, so you start feeling around for a stone in the wall, and while you're doing that, what is Kite and Grond doing up there?
Maybe they're having a little heart-to-heart about stuff. Who knows?
Nice.
Having a conversation about certain things.
Okay, I need a perception roll from both of you, please. This will come with a penalty because I know that you guys are just chatting amongst yourselves now.
16 less any penalty.
Okay. So you again hear that, but because you're in the room, you can't discern exactly where it might be coming from.
Oh,
It's coming from outside of the room.
Coming from outside of the room, yeah.
That's gonna have a sword and get the ready there.
Okay, and Mira Jane eventually discovers a rock on the side of the wall where she pushes it in. It sinks in almost a couple of inches and then pops back out. And the door starts to open, gets about 1.5 feet open, and then and stops abruptly, as if the mechanism used to open it has somehow broken.
Can I mend it?
You would have to, like, you can't see the mechanism to mend it. Whatever mechanism it is opening that door is in the wall somewhere. So pushing on the door, it looks like you may be able to force it, but you're not sure if you have the strength to do that.
Can I help her?
You can. So as the door starts to creak open, you can see that outside of the hall, or beyond the door, it literally carries on for 100 feet, easy, down this dark hallway. And both of you, I'll get a strength check from one person with advantage, please.
Okay. How good is your strength?
I have a 16.
Okay. I have a 15.
You have a 15? So
okay, Bops is pretty strong.
Yeah, Calyndra should roll, and with advantage.
I rolled a 16.
Okay, so both of you managed to wedge yourself and your backs up against the wall and kind of push on the door, and you hear this resounding thwack as this something broke, and the door actually slides into the wall all the way, and you don't imagine that you'll be able to retrieve it from its position inside this nook in the wall. It's gone in several inches, and you'd need to grab it somehow, and you can't. So that door is now open permanently, and you are staring down this long hallway, and you actually feel a little bit of a breeze. It's not a cool breeze. It's like this warm, hot air reaches you, and the smell coming from down that direction is awful.
I spritz a little lime in the air.
The smell coming from that direction is very limey and awesome.
See, this is what I like. It's like a scent shot.
Yeah, Grond and Kite, you guys again hear that slimy, sucking sound.
Kite's like really honing in on her perception, but she's also like ready to be attacked, so she's feeling extra dodgy with her dodge action there.
And when the light left with Emus, how are you guys operating for light here with you, Kite? You're just like...
She's got dark vision.
Okay, so you guys are both going by your dark vision, no sources of light in here? Okay. And are you staying in the room, or are you going to investigate, or what are you doing?
I'm gonna go to the door, towards the door, and investigate.
Okay. Going to the door, and I'm gonna get you to roll a perception roll.
And Kite's gonna be watching Grond's back, doing like a whole back-to-back kind of thing.
Okay.
Oh, that's an awesome visual.
7.
7? Okay. So you think you hear that sucking noise off in the distance, but it sounds a little bit quieter now, and you're not quite sure which direction it's coming from. Down below, the rest of you hear actually the low moan of what sounds like, I don't know, it's tough to make out. You're like, is it the moan of like a creature? Was that like wind?
That's us downstairs?
What's that?
That was us downstairs?
That's you downstairs, yep. Something coming from far down that hall.
There's a sucking and a moaning going on?
So yeah. Flat out X-rated content.
Fucking got him, boys!
It's not even subtle anymore.
I'm like,
So you've got sucking upstairs and you've got moaning downstairs.
Oh, God.
Emil's doing.
Some 69ing going on over there, I guess.
Good old Amos.
Emil.
Famous.
Woo!
Yeah.
Get a fan, guys. It's getting steamy.
Anybody not catching the gist of that joke, go back and catch the episode with the haunted house. there's some amel to be had.
Oh man, that was bad. I couldn't
It's a raunchy house, more like.
Okay, so there's a moaning. Can we tell how far away, or is it just an echo down the?
It's coming from like down the hall. So I'll have to kind of give. So you guys came out in this room. This is where that secret door was. This is where the spiral staircase was. And the hallway goes
Well,
I'm gonna stop Calyndra really quickly and whisper as fast as I can. Is like, we shouldn't separate. And are we gonna let her lead us?
Did you seriously go right into her ear and be like, "We're gonna separate"?
um,
Maximum.
Anytime I talk to her anyway, she thinks it's creepy. So I'll try and like less creepy it and not be so much whispering in her ear, but at least
Less creepy. I'm
Just
gonna
embrace it.
like whisper fastly, like whisper real fast, like
Whisper carelessly.
Hey, how are you doing?
that's not creepy at all.
yeah, and his breath smells like sausage.
Whisper.
For a reason you can't even begin
Sausage.
formaldehyde.
to yeah. Gross.
Formaldehyde.
Oh, it's just like, oh.
I hear it tastes like cherries. Maraschino cherries.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Okay.
Dip our cupcakes in it.
Emus, how well can your owl see?
The owl, okay, so it doesn't have dark vision, but it sees it gets, I don't know if I'm allowed to say the rule, but
Owl, why doesn't it
Yeah,
have
of course you
night
can.
vision?
okay, so yes, it can, any perception checks that involve sight or hearing have advantage.
Yeah, I'm giving that
Right.
owl. I'm giving that owl a limited dark vision as well. I
Yeah.
mean,
It's an owl.
it just makes sense.
Yeah, I thought so too. Well, it's just advantage on all sight checks, so I guess that's pretty good.
Yeah,
but
so I'll extend that advantage as well.
yeah, so I would do a scout thing, but really, I will like to point out that she was being brought here,
Mm-hmm.
and she's probably one of those keys that the druid was talking about. So her like following or leading the way might not be the ultimate path for our party.
Are
No.
you telling that to the group, or you just?
No, this was part of that quick whisper.
Oh,
Calyndra and I will take point. Don't worry.
Yeah, I'll
Sneak in there.
Okay, a gnome taking point for this.
Thanks.
Hey, I'm tough, Emus. Come on, buddy.
Oh, you're not
Calyndra will take the lead, but she'll let God Bobs feel like he's,
yeah,
He's the hero.
that makes me more comfortable.
He's helping.
Well, Gonbobs could technically walk right in front of you, and you'd still be looking well over his head.
yeah.
And you'll notice that Emus is very blunt, and I hurt people's feelings sometimes, but he doesn't really notice those kind of things.
Oh, we've noticed.
Yeah,
Feel the distrust,
He's not-
so that's
he's not
fine.
necessarily on the spectrum, but you know,
The spectrum exists.
yeah.
Not necessarily off the spectrum.
No, yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right. So, so you guys take point, and then Mary Jane is in the middle, and you guys are walking down this hall.
What would you guys do if I tried to just force myself being in front? Because I can obviously feel the distrust in this damn thing, and it's going to probably piss me off.
Yeah, no, I think
Just walk in with like elbows, just like push your way through.
Tonk, tonk.
Like
cut off toes.
it's Christmas shopping at the mall time.
Problem is with me.
To cut
So-
the toes.
So Mira Jane's going to take the lead. You're going to just kind of.
We're left up.
Awesome,
I'm gonna
her.
ask everybody what their problem is.
We just met you.
Huh?
We just met you.
Yeah? And?
You haven't like saved our lives like these guys have. They've saved my life.
Who got hit?
Who got hit?
No one. Just
No.
No. Emus was just worried that this is a trap for you. He's worried about your safety.
Oh man, I'm worried about the books I carry. I don't trust the books I carry. I don't trust the string I like.
answer
I
my
have-
question on Facebook.
On Facebook.
Yes,
What?
Kelly.
Oh. Do.
And now for something completely different.
Oh
Nope.
So I'm not
Ooh,
that-
maybe this is a time for a word from our sponsors. Hi, are you tired of piles of owls always falling in your driveway? Well, then you gotta get Owl Trowel.
Can do. Okay.
no
Come
one
on
stopped.
down to Aunt Semitis Johnson's Emporium. We got deals. Oh boy, we got deals.
No, no one's stopping you, so I'm just we have to keep. I'm keeping a watch and following along.
Okay, so is Mary Jane
Most-
going to the front?
I'm mostly telling.
Just let them lead. Let them be their selves.
You know,
Nope.
it's also because we are very stealthy and we can move in quietly and get the jump on something.
No, I'll tell her straight up. I think that you're a key. I think you have some you're special in some way, and you're going to be. They're bringing you here for a reason, and I want to know that reason because I would like to know everything.
Well, we want to make sure that you're
I would
safe. We
like
don't
to
want
know
you to.
things about myself too.
Well, they're more concerned for your safety. I'm more concerned for the knowledge of what you are.
Don't worry about Emus, Mary Jane. You know, he works himself out. Okay, that's all you gotta know.
Oh yeah, no.
He grows on you like a fungus.
Yeah, exactly. Some funguses are delicious. Some fungus kill you. You know, but either way, it's part of the cycle of life.
If anything, I feel like this group's going to become more of like necromancers. I got the gnome starting to collect dead things in his beard. Calyndra's going to be a tough sell, but Grond's down. Grond's down.
There is no dead things in my beard. Okay, let's sneak on ahead there, Calyndra.
Okay, so as you guys sneak ahead, you hit about this point and you see that the hall comes to a dead end. And then that embedded in the center of the wall. Emus, can I get you
Just because I have the light?
yeah, this one is going to be insight.
A dirty 20.
Okay, that dirty 20 tells you it is the twin scythe of Letharic, similar to the necklace emblem that you had before. And it is in metal inside of a circle that is also like backed onto metal. And that it looks like a shield almost embedded into the wall with the twin scythes of Letharic.
I'm going to ask Calyndra to message that to Grond, that we found the sigil of Letharic.
I will do that.
And then
You found the symbol of the guy we're trying to prevent from coming back here.
yeah. Wow, I can't really respond, but just cast
The
that.
druid.
Yes.
I'm like the telephone.
Yeah, no kidding.
Grond is going to cast this to Emus.
Yeah.
You're telling me you found the symbol of the guy we're trying to not bring back to life.
So while you
And I just describe it like I'm looking at it, and I describe it exactly to him.
While you have that insight, you notice that the shield, it is more or less a shield. And as you get closer, you can see that it doesn't appear to be affixed to the wall. It appears to be hanging in front of the wall and actually looks semi-good condition, as if it may have been placed here somewhat recently.
Is it floating?
Nope, it's resting on the wall. Getting closer, you can see that it is in fact a round shield with the symbol of Letharic made of a similar black metal to the armor that you encountered on certain warriors before. And that it is simply hung on a hook on the far side of the wall.
I don't like this. Okay. Calyndra, I don't know. What should we do?
I don't know.
So, okay, I'm going to point out to MJ. Okay, so what happened was there was this guy that was casting bad magic, and we said that we went and did this plan, and we got him and trapped him, and then the gnome, we were gonna like search his mind and get all this information. And the gnome's like, "I'm gonna burn his face," and then burnt his face, and then we didn't get any information after that. So, but he had a necklace, and with that necklace was a pair of that symbol. And he was a priest, much like you were in touch with a god. This guy was in touch with the god, and that god was the god of death named Letharic, and that's the sigil.
So you see that the hook,
like...
the shield was hung on a hook at the back that appears to actually be a torch sconce. It's to simply have the shield looped, the strap on the back looped up over the torch sconce sitting in the wall.
Is anyone proficient in shields?
I'm actually going to start searching around, looking for anything that...
Okay, roll investigation for me, please.
Not one.
A nat 1. So yeah, you're fumbling around with the shield and stuff like that, and you actually, as you're fumbling it, you reach up and accidentally slip the shield off of the thing, and it kadoom and sends this loud reverberating sound as the shield clatters to the floor, and it echoes down the hall. Grond, you guys hear this clang echo from somewhere down the passageway that they turn.
I take
Yeah,
up
this
the
is
shield.
fine. Can I
Let's
pull
pick it up.
the sconce?
Muted.
Message to Emus. What the fuck did you just do?
Of course, I don't wait for everything.
Kite has a flashback to when they just ran all into the haunted house and got themselves trapped in the haunted house.
Oh man, I've been thinking about that whole thing ever since the zombie showed up.
She remembers, this is why I was saying I shouldn't leave you guys alone, and now I just realized I left them alone.
Were we going to leave Grond alone again? Like round 3 of Grond being by himself?
Grond's a big boy. Grond can take care of his own shit.
So MJ just picked up a shield of the god of death, which is crazy. But secondly, I have to respond to Grond and say, first of all, it wasn't me. Second of all, Calyndra, WTF, man.
So Mira Jane took the shield?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so now that all you guys see is that empty torch sconce sitting on the wall.
You just picked up something that has the sigil of the god of death on it.
Could I pull
Maybe
the sconce? Does it do anything?
Can you pull on the sconce? You pull on the sconce and it turns. It goes click and a secret door opens up to the cellar.
Catch up on these chats, eh?
Okay.
I would love
And inside this room. You see. Oh, come on. I was actually on the right one. You see that there is. I gotta kind of erase some of this here, guys. I'm gonna get too far over. So here's the hallway you just came down. And this opens up into another room here. And in the center of this room, you see a spiral staircase leading up. Similar to the spiral staircase that you descended before. You also see what looks like a secret door, similar to the one that you passed through for here, but this one is already cracked open. And now you feel that kind of warmish breeze drift in.
Can't transport you guys or shrink you guys.
And it actually...
The ultimate magic science. You gotta shrink somebody.
Yeah, there is a cracked open door. It's just like slightly ajar at the end of this long passageway heading down here.
Hey, Calyndra, maybe you should send a message to Kite to bring herself down here. Seems like there might be some trouble down here.
Yeah, I will relay that message to Kite.
Okay.
Well, big guy, looks like they're calling me down there.
What are you waiting for?
With haste.
Ninja teleports her way with a smirk. The shadows down there.
While we're waiting for her, I'll sneak down the hallway toward the open door and peek inside.
Okay, sneaking down the door towards the open door, you peer in and see that the corridor continues down. It widens out quite a bit. And this corridor, Grond would be able to squish into if he could make it down the thin corridors that these were. But it would not be comfortable for him at all. And then you see that there's a doorway in the west side of the wall, and that there is an archway opposite that, and you can't see anything past that archway. And then it, as the end of the hall, continues on to a dead end on the other side. And it looks like there is a large tapestry of red fabric and gold fabric with a symbol of fire and mountains on the front of it.
So it's still there.
Yeah, and it's actually in half decent condition.
Okay, so I'm going to stop the group, and I'm going to say, I insist. I need 11 minutes.
Okay.
I'm going to send a message to Grond that we think we found the tapestry and it seems to still be here.
Hey, no, that's presumptive.
And while he's doing
From the description I got from the druid, this looks nothing like it. So it doesn't have like flesh of different types of people with like probably blood spatter and all that other stitching of some sinew of a goat or all the other shit.
You know that, what's that game that you play as a kid or in class where one person tells somebody something, whispers it to them, and then they got to tell like people?
Telephone.
Everything, yeah.
And then by the end of it, it is so fucked up and distorted from the original thing. That is what Emus has largely been able to achieve in that one sentence.
I have the notes that are direct for what I got the description if need be.
Yeah, so you just know that it's tattooed human skin.
Yeah, that.
So what does this look like again? This one that's in front of us?
It appears to be a fabric tapestry, likely silk or some high quality fabric of some sort. Yeah.
Then I wouldn't have sent that message to Grond.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, maybe just out of excitement, you started and then it just kind of cut up static.
Yeah, partway through is like, oh wait, never mind. It looks like silk.
Can't hear you.
Yeah.
So, part of that tattoo description was similar to the tattoos of the people we saw.
You mean the tribal tattoos of the warriors and stuff like that? Up the side of their face and their neck?
It's in the same paragraph. It might be two different things. Both the Legion and Night.
Yeah, so the tattoos that were on the Legion of Night were nothing like the tattoos. Like they're supposed to be, the tattoos are supposed to be of runes. It's a language written all over the skin.
Okay, I'll separate those paragraphs and get that confused. There we go.
Yeah, basically like a heavy and powerful incantation was tattooed onto the skin of the war priest Amangul to imbue him with certain abilities.
Oh, sorry, the runes that you're talking about were the tattoos?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, so those are the magic things that we have. Okay, so that's the thing, Grond, you were talking about maybe altering.
Well, he was talking about altering the runes before on the box and stuff, right? Like for the actual sigils and glyphs. Yeah. Or were you talking about altering them on the tapestry of blood when you find it?
Well, because the tapestry, it cannot be destroyed. So one of the solutions Grond came up with is maybe not destroyed, but altered and made neutral, not magical and immune. Yeah. Like, hey, not destroyed, but make it useless.
Okay. So you guys are down there for a number of minutes, and then you suddenly feel the ground just boom, kind of heave as if there was just a slight quake or tremor. And you're not quite sure where it came from, but it definitely, like, there's rocks that kind of, a few timbers and stuff that kind of skittered from the ceiling above. But it was just felt like a minor quake.
Damn.
Not
I don't think that was good.
But it, so, and what are you doing back up here, Grond? You're just waiting in that room?
Grond is still looking at the table to see if there's anything he can decipher, any notes, any papers. You said it was left in a bit of a rush. I'm just curious if there's maybe something of vital information on the table.
Okay, so you can roll an investigation check for me.
That would be a 11.
Okay. Yeah, so you're searching around a bit, and all you really find is moldering scraps of leather that may have been the book bindings at one point, or may have even been part of a soft boot or something. Very difficult to tell from the state of it. But you do hear off in the distance the distinct sound of that moist sucking sound.
Can I try and see where that's coming from again?
Oh no.
You froze.
Sorry?
Someone cast cold on.
Someone cast mend? No. What is that?
Repair Wi-Fi?
Repair Wi-Fi.
So should we just continue on? Like,
how can we meta inform MJ of the importance of Amangul for a sec?
yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, so 1400 years ago, Amangul, a war priest of Lotharic, rose a dark army out of Neuenmere. And since then, they joint army defeated him and wiped him back to some other plane. And he's trying to get back to this material plane. Once he gets back, he's trying to raise Lotharic, and he might be the vessel that Lotharic gets raised from. And Lotharic is on the pantheon. Lotharic is the god of the dead. So we don't want that living avatar to be raised. That's kind of what we're on our path to set right currently.
Okay. So yeah, you guys feel that quake, and you just felt the ground kind of shift under your feet for a second there, but you can't be sure what the hell it was.
Did Grond, was I able to try and find out in any way, shape, or form where that sound was coming from?
Yeah, sorry, I meant to get a perception roll from you before it kicked out here. You definitely hear it again, and now while you listen.
Ooh, 19 plus 2, 21.
Okay, appears to be coming from the west. So down this direction somewhere.
Guys, I'm heading west. Sounds like something important.
What? That Grond.
So you march off out of the room and head down towards the west. You come around here, and you see that the corridor extends down here or takes off further to the west.
Can I still hear any sound?
You don't hear the sucking sound anymore.
Okay.
What are you doing?
And this leads down to... There's another door here. That's the worst door ever. That's like I have completely failed on door drawing. There's a door there, and then it looks like the corridor just...
Okay.
Looks like he froze up again.
It looks like it.
Are you sure you should be going after this sucking Grond by yourself?
You know what? We've all got our part to play, and legitimately, Grond standing there isn't doing anything good for anyone.
Neither is
Well,
you.
who knows? It might be a suck queen. Well, also, I do agree with Mike that if you're just going off on a suicide mission that for no reason, that sounds like a bad idea.
So, Kite, you were going down to join them, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you descended that first set of stairs. You come out into the empty room, and it's fairly easy to see the path that they've gone down. And you can actually hear a little bit of movement using your monk senses. You can definitely work your way down the corridor, and you see the torch sconce turned slightly to the left, and the secret door ajar over here. And you come up into a room that's got a spiral staircase, and you can hear them from down this direction.
So she's just teleporting from shadow to shadow at like 60 feet ago. So she's making.
Well, down here it's dark. It's like it's as
really
dark as it
60
gets.
feet then, because that's how that works.
Yep. So she is like zip, 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 and then you encounter them over here. You show up in the low light of Emus's torch.
Did she make like a cool snappy entrance where someone says something and then she just like appears behind them?
Yeah.
I'd be like,
she needs a new haircut and say, "Oh, hey, Kite."
Yeah. Where you're like, "Oh man, that breeze is so nice. I could just imagine out flying a kite." And then,
this is one of the coolest abilities in D&D, I think.
Moving through shadows.
Yeah,
that was the whole thing. I was excited for a Shadow Monk. Was this specific ability right there?
And as you guys are sitting musing at the door at what might lie ahead, and Kite's cool ability to move through shadows, Kite steps from out of the shadow.
all right.
And at this point, we're actually going to have to stop. So we're going to stop a little bit early tonight because where you guys are going off to individually or as a group, who knows? is going to lead into some relatively time-consuming stuff we can't stop halfway through.
Nice.
So, yeah, so we're going to end this little chapter a little bit. Yeah, that's right. So we'll end this chapter a little bit early. And yeah, thanks for coming out, everyone. Good luck on the next leg of the journey.
Yeah, thanks,
And,
Joey.
yeah, no problem at all. I think I closed Twitch and everything down, but to anybody that stopped in to visit us on Twitch, thanks J-Man for dropping in and hanging out. Nariel the True, if you made it in or not, I'm not sure. But for the few people that we had with us, good to have you with us. So I will catch all of you guys up next Friday. I'll check with you halfway through the week and see if everybody's up to continue the adventure then.
Sure.
Otherwise, have yourselves an awesome weekend.
You too.
Take care, everyone.
Good night, everyone.
Right.
CT.